Chapter 587. Mu Yu was surrounded by a large group of people from the Gate of Hell. 7 of them were even body integration stage people from the Gate of Hell. If he wanted to escape, he would have to put in a lot of effort. Mu Yu, what do we do now? Long Ting wrapped around Mu Yu's shoulder and vigilantly looked at the ghost aura around them. What else can we do? At worst, you can swallow the lightning that I summoned and give it to this group of Japanese people. Xiao Shuai's lightning sword was still in his hand, but its power was much weaker. When Xiao Shuai and Long Ting used the sword array, Mu Yu's spiritual power was exhausted. He had just fought with the flesh-winged horned monster and now he felt a little exhausted. The Japanese people really came at the wrong time. Mu Yu's feet flickered with runes. He was currently thinking of an escape route. The runes that he had set up in the valley could no longer be activated. In the distance, there was a pale-faced old man Shu who was covering his mouth and not daring to breathe. A gentle breeze suddenly blew through the valley, as if it was blowing away the darkness before dawn. In that instant, everyone raised their heads at the same time and looked towards the east. The first rays of the morning sun finally penetrated the clouds and poured over Chaotic Burial Valley, illuminating a few eerie ghost figures above Chaotic Burial Valley. This was a very normal thing, but Akatsuki's body suddenly trembled. She shouted in shock and anger, "The sunlight of the third layer of heaven! No, I can't live without the corpse water of the underworld. Quick!" This disgusting monster was actually afraid of the sunlight of the third layer of heaven. Guihan was slightly shocked. Monstrous ghost fog instantly covered Akatsuki's body, but Akatsuki was still howling in pain. Her voice was shrill and shrill, causing people's eardrums to hurt. All the people from the Gate of Hell no longer cared about Mu Yu. They all poured out their own ghost aura to envelop Akatsuki. Layer after layer of ghost fog surrounded Akatsuki. However, Akatsuki's body seemed to have something special. The ghost fog was actually unable to envelop her. The sunlight seemed to be attracted by the red glow on her body. It actually penetrated the ghost fog and shone on Akatsuki's body. Even through the dark ghost fog, Mu Yu could clearly see that Akatsuki's body was like something that specialized in attracting sunlight. When the sunlight shone on her body actually emitted red smoke. "No, I need the corpse water of the underworld." Kai Yu howled in pain and anger. His entire body turned into a pure red light, which was extremely demonic. She actually reached out and grabbed an out-of-body stage person from the Gate of Hell. The red glow in her hand surged and she instantly tore the person from the Gate of Hell apart. That person from the Gate of Hell didn't even have time to react before he turned into a puddle of yellow corpse water. The red glow covered his body like a yellow veil. However, the sunlight was like a shadow. In an instant, the yellow corpse water on Akatsuki's body was completely evaporated. No, the corpse water of someone who didn't die of natural causes can't resist the sunlight. Akatsuki howled in pain. In the blink of an eye, she tore another out-of-body stage person from the Gate of Hell apart. The expressions of all the people from the Gate of Hell changed greatly. For a moment, they even forgot to attack Mu Yu. They didn't expect that Akatsuki would kill 2 people from the Gate of Hell in order to save her own life. If this continued, apart from the 7 out-of-body stage people from the Gate of Hell, the rest of the people wouldn't be able to escape this fate. For a moment, all the people from the Gate of Hell looked at Akatsuki with disgust. The out-of-body stage people from the Gate of Hell had already retreated. They didn't want to become ghosts in the hands of Akatsuki. After the corpse water of the underworld was cleansed by Mu Yu, Akatsuki actually developed a phobia of sunlight. Furthermore, the red glow in her eyes seemed to be specially made to attract sunlight. There was no way for her to avoid the sunlight. The sunlight caused her unbearable pain. Dirty and gloomy things would die if they were exposed to sunlight. Perhaps this was a monster like Akatsuki. Seeing Akatsuki howling madly, Guihan's face was also filled with shock. He actually didn't know how to deal with such a situation. After all, according to the orders they received, Akatsuki had already prepared a foolproof plan. She wouldn't be afraid of the sunlight of the third heaven at all. However, they didn't expect that the turbulent corpse water of the underworld would actually be cleansed by Mu Yu. Lord Akatsuki, you can't kill our people anymore. Tell me, what should I do now? Gui-han also distanced himself from Akatsuki, afraid that he would be targeted by Akatsuki. People who died of natural causes. Quickly go and find people who died of natural causes, whether it's their souls or their corpses. Akatsuki roared angrily. Natural causes meant that one's lifespan would automatically come to an end, and their vitality would completely disappear. The souls and corpses of natural causes were the purest. Because the vitality of the corpses was exhausted, there was no way to retain the soul. Therefore, the soul would completely separate from the corpses. However, if it was suicide or murder, it would end before the vitality of the body was completely exhausted. It couldn't be considered a natural death. Gui-han was stunned for a moment. How could they find people who died of natural causes at this time? They could rush down the mountain and instantly kill all the villagers at the foot of the mountain. However, Akatsuki wouldn't even care about the people they killed. Although there were people who died of natural causes every day, it wasn't something that they could encounter at any time. Quickly, Akatsuki roared in shock and anger. When had Gui-han ever received such an impossible order? Natural causes could create diseases like plagues and slowly erase a person's vitality. This required time, and there was a risk of failure. Even the people of the Gate of Hell couldn't grasp the degree of success. Because sometimes, people who died of plagues didn't even die of natural causes. Brat! What did you do to Lord Akatsuki? Gui-han turned around and wanted to grab Muyu and interrogate him. However, Muyu had already disappeared without a trace. The people of the Gate of Hell were afraid of being killed by Akatsuki. If Muyu didn't take advantage of the chaos to escape, would he be waiting to send warmth? What kind of monster is that? It's actually afraid of sunlight. This is too strange. Muyu brought Old Shu and rushed out of Chaotic Burial Valley. He secretly observed everything in Chaotic Burial Valley from afar. He was very puzzled. Akatsuki's eyes were originally red. However, after the sunlight shone on it, its entire body was covered in red light. He couldn't see what was happening to its body. It must be that the monster is too disgusting. Even the sun doesn't want to see it. Dragon Vine said. Why do I feel that this monster is very familiar? Little Shuai rubbed his chin and racked his brain to recall memories of this monster. However, he couldn't remember anything. Familiar? Could it be your distant relative? Muyu rubbed Little Shuai's head and laughed. But at least you look very cute. It's Shuai. Little Shuai corrected. Old Shu was shivering at the side. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This place was very far from Chaotic Burial Valley. He was just a mortal without any cultivation. He didn't have the powerful vision of a cultivator. He didn't know what was happening in Chaotic Burial Valley. Lord Muyu, Lord, is that monster going to die? Old Shu asked in fear. Muyu shrugged his shoulders and asked with concern. I don't know. Uncle, are you hurt anywhere? Old Shu fell when he was running away. There was a large wound on his hand. Muyu took out some medicine and applied it on his hand. Then, he told him to quickly go home. Muyu cast an invisibility spell on himself and went back to Chaotic Burial Valley. He had to confirm whether this monster was dead or not. The Chaotic Burial Valley had been completely enveloped by the ghostly aura, but the light on Red Moon's body was like a dazzling red sun. It was incomparably clear in the ghostly aura, and it reflected off the sun in the sky. The difference was that the sun in the sky was very warm. On the other hand, Akatsuki was in extreme pain. The people from the Gate of Hell were already at a loss. They only received orders to come to the Moryun mountain range to rescue Akatsuki. They didn't even know where Akatsuki was. They also heard the news of Chaotic Burial Valley from the cultivators in the Moryun mountain range. They rushed over to find Akatsuki. Originally, everything was going smoothly. Who would have thought that their Lord Akatsuki would have a phobia of sunlight? All of this was related to Muyu destroying the torrential yellow spring corpse water in Chaotic Burial Valley. However, the people from the Gate of Hell didn't seem to know Akatsuki's specific situation. They didn't even seem to understand the monster Akatsuki. Even if they knew, It would be useless. Where could they find so much yellow spring corpse water in such a short time? They wanted to move Akatsuki to the dark chaotic burial valley. However, Akatsuki was constantly howling. It didn't even have the ability to move. The ghost chi of the other people from the gate of hell would be evaporated by the red light as soon as they approached it. The sun rose higher and higher. Akatsuki howled in pain for 2 hours. Finally, its entire body suddenly became more and more dazzling. The red light became very strong. Boom! It was like a thunderclap from the 9th heaven. The whole world trembled. Akatsuki actually exploded on the spot. In an instant, the entire chaotic burial valley was destroyed. The terrifying sound of the explosion was too terrifying. None of the out-of-body stage people from the gate of hell managed to escape. All of them were evaporated into nothingness. Only 7 body integration stage people from the gate of hell and 10 severed soul stage people from the gate of hell managed to escape when they saw that the situation wasn't good. Muyu looked at all of this in shock. The development of the situation was too dramatic. The strange Akatsuki was actually dealt with by the sun. It was really unexpected. The huge explosion spread far and wide, alarming the people within a radius of a few hundred miles. Many people did not understand where the explosion came from, and there were also some cultivators with low cultivation nearby. At this moment, they were rushing over, wanting to find out what was going on. Gui Han and the people from the gate of hell reappeared with ashen faces. They looked at the messy, chaotic burial valley. They couldn't find Akatsuki's corpse. Go. We can't let anyone know about our matter, Gui Han said coldly. The cultivation of the cultivators in the Moryun mountain range is very low. Can't we just kill whoever dares to come? One of the people from the gate of hell said hesitantly. No, the higher-ups said that the Moryun mountain range isn't a simple place. It's best not to kill people here. Seeing that the commotion was getting bigger and bigger, the people from the gate of hell left without hesitation. Obviously, they didn't want to attract too much attention. Akatsuki didn't leave any traces after the explosion. This was to their advantage. Muyu also left the chaotic burial valley. He brought little Shuai and Longtung back to Old Shu's house. In the next few days, more and more cultivators came to the vicinity to inquire about the situation. However, Muyu had already left the village. Once Akatsuki died, the spell it cast on others had already lost its effect. Old Shu's life was also no longer in danger. The sudden explosion in the chaotic burial valley caused the Moryun mountain range to be in an uproar again. All kinds of strange folk versions emerged one after another, including rumors like the gate of hell of the king of hell has been opened, and countless little ghosts have escaped from prison to the human world. For a time, it caused panic among the people. Naturally, the cultivators didn't believe this, but they couldn't explain this phenomenon because they couldn't find any special traces in the phenomenon. With the cultivation of the cultivators in the Moryun mountain range, it was impossible for them to discover the special and strange spiritual power. Muyu was still tracking down the whereabouts of the people from the gate of hell. This was because the monster Akatsuki and the people from the gate of hell were inextricably linked. It didn't make sense that the people from the gate of hell were very respectful to it. As for what seal Akatsuki had broken free from, Muyu didn't know. However, one thing he was sure of was that Akatsuki's death didn't mean that this matter was over. On the contrary, it was just the prelude to the conspiracy of the people from the gate of hell. The people from the gate of hell spent so much effort to catch demon beasts and even came to find a monster with fleshy wings and horns. What's going on? Muyu was very puzzled. Chapter 588. The strange phenomenon of the chaotic burial valley attracted many self-cultivators from the Moryun mountain range, but they couldn't explain how the chaotic burial valley was destroyed. There were traces of fierce fighting all around, and this kind of power had long exceeded their understanding. The immortal confinement prison had just been lifted, and the spiritual energy was very scarce. It was impossible for anyone to reach the nascent soul stage for at least 100 years. After the Chingsong Taoist left the Moryun mountain range, the self-cultivators here were only at the 9th level of the gold core stage. They didn't have broad knowledge, so they didn't know how this situation happened. If they knew that it was destroyed by something even more powerful than the spirit severing stage, they would definitely be scared out of their wit. In their knowledge, the nascent soul stage was already quite heaven-defying. How could there be a spirit severing stage? The chaotic burial valley wasn't a small valley, but it stretched for thousands of meters. Such a large place collapsed and was filled with gravel in the blink of an eye. This kind of power had exceeded all the self-cultivators' expectations. After everyone left, Muyu once again appeared in the chaotic burial valley. Because it was said that Akatsuki broke free from the seal, the purpose of his return was to find the so-called seal. Little Shuai, can you remember which of your distant relatives Akatsuki is? Muyu asked. Little Shuai always said that he was very familiar with Akatsuki, who was afraid of sunlight. He seemed to have seen it before, but he just couldn't remember. I'll emphasize for the 250th time that it's not my relative. I don't have such an ugly relative. Little Shuai wagged his tail. It's not the familiarity of relatives, but the familiarity of disgust. It's like you hate the Japanese, but you're very familiar with the aura of the Japanese. Muyu couldn't help laughing. Little Shuai always liked to call the people from the Gate of Hell Japanese. He found that this name was quite appropriate. However, Little Shuai was right. He was very familiar with the aura of the people from the Gate of Hell, mainly because he had fought with them more than once or twice. He didn't expect Little Commander to remember anything else. Instead, he began to survey the terrain of Mass Grave Valley. If necessary, he would directly set up an indestructible formation to seal this place, preventing the people from the Gate of Hell from returning to do something bad. Muyu circled around the disorderly burial valley, and found that the fog that usually filled this place all year round seemed to have disappeared, and it no longer looked so gloomy. That flesh-winged horned monster's self-destruction is so powerful, Dragon Vine said as he looked at the devastated mass burial valley. Most of the cracks in Chaotic Burial Valley were caused by their battle, but ever since Akatsuki's explosion, Chaotic Burial Valley had been completely buried by rubble. What made Muyu feel strange was that Mass Grave Valley was at least 6,000 meters deep. Even though Akatsuki had exploded under the sun, the explosion seemed to have only happened at the edge of Mass Grave Valley, and did not spread to other places. The power of the explosion is clearly not right. Muyu stood on top of a pile of rubble. The disorderly burial valley had only caved in about 10 meters, and not many pieces of rubble had rolled down. How could a 6,000-meter-deep disorderly burial valley be filled with rubble? This did not make any sense at all. The appearance of these stones was very strange. It was as if they had deliberately appeared to seal the entire chaotic burial valley. Moreover, they had sealed the entire valley. Muyu stepped on the rubble, and it was very hard. It was as if it had existed for a long time. Strange. Why do these rubble look so similar to the rubble we saw at the bottom of Mass Grave Valley? Muyu said with surprise. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and it made him feel a little strange. Do you guys think that these rubble are the same as the rubble at the bottom of Mass Grave Valley? Are they trying to deceive themselves? Did Akatsuki actually come out from the rubble at the bottom of Mass Grave Valley? Muyu asked with surprise. Many things that had happened so far did not make sense. First of all, Akatsuki had said that it had broken free from the seal, but the people from the Gate of Hell had come to rescue it, and yet they did not seem to know where it had been sealed. And so many dead people had been thrown into Chaotic Burial Valley, and Muyu had not seen any dead people at the bottom of the valley. Then, Akatsuki had summoned a lot of corpse water of the underworld from somewhere, and it had slowly covered the entire Chaotic Burial Valley. It was very strange. Where did the corpse water of the underworld come from in the first place? It's possible. Maybe we missed something at the bottom of Chaotic Burial Valley. Little Shuai nodded. Old Shu said that every time a dead person was thrown down, there would be a rumbling sound of thunder and lightning. This sound should be the sound of the corpse water of the underworld rushing past, which meant that the corpse water of the underworld was in Chaotic Burial Valley. Muyu had searched the entire Chaotic Burial Valley from the beginning, and he did not find any gaps or seals. However, he did not check the rubble at the bottom of Chaotic Burial Valley. He suddenly thought of something. What if the bottom of Chaotic Burial Valley did not have a bottom, and there were hidden spaces under the rubble at the bottom of Chaotic Burial Valley? This would explain where the corpse water of the underworld was, and where Akatsuki had come out from. Then there is only one way to test it. We are going to run down to the bottom of Chaotic Burial Valley again, right? Dragon Vine did not care. It only came out occasionally to talk. However, little Shuai was very unwilling. It had never liked this place. Even if Akatsuki had self-destructed, Chaotic Burial Valley still made it feel uncomfortable. Muyu tried to use brute force to dig a hole in the rubble, but he did not succeed. These rubbles seemed to be condensed together by some kind of special power. It was very solid. Even with his spirit-severing stage cultivation, he could not break it. Just like when he was fighting with Akatsuki at the bottom of Chaotic Burial Valley, he did not realize that their fight did not destroy the rubble at the bottom of Chaotic Burial Valley. However, this was not a problem for him. Mu Ling was the best at drilling. With the help of Mu Ling's roots, he successfully drilled down the rubble. After drilling for about a few hundred meters, Mu Ling's roots stepped on empty air and came to a dark place. The flame of the cinder fire stone suddenly burned, illuminating the area. He looked around and found that this was the Chaotic Burial Valley. The surrounding rock walls were still covered with frost, and above Muyu's head were the rubble that covered the sky. It was attracted by some kind of power and floated in the air, completely covering the top of Chaotic Burial Valley. It seems that there is a chance. This means that the rubble at the bottom of Chaotic Burial Valley must be sealed by this strange power. Muyu continued to sink down to the bottom of the dark valley. A height of 6,000 meters was very fast for him. He quickly sank to the bottom of the valley and stood on top of the rubble again. He did not hesitate. He let Mu Ling turn into a root and sneak into the rubble and continued to climb down. This time, he did not sink for long. After about a few dozen meters, he directly came to another space. He looked down. What he saw was no longer the narrow bottom of the valley. It was more like a boundless starry sky. It was a void of darkness. In the distance, there was a faint golden light in the sky. It was like a group of stars shining. The rock walls of Chaotic Burial Valley had disappeared. The rubble above him seemed to be casually piled up there. There was nothing restricting it. There were pieces of rubble floating in the air. These rubble were of different sizes. They floated aimlessly and occasionally bumped into each other. They did not make a sound and just continued to float in a different direction. Where is this? Are we in the starry sky? Muyu asked in surprise. Little Shuai also jumped onto Muyu's shoulder. He carefully looked at the golden light in the distance and then looked at the floating rubble beside him. He did not know where the faint light came from. What a familiar feeling. Little Shuai scratched his head. Muyu did not tease Little Shuai this time because he also felt a familiar aura. Then, he gently jumped. The rubble here was floating, but his whole body was not affected. He tapped the rubble with the tip of his foot and flew towards the light in the distance. When he got closer, he realized that the light was not starlight at all. They were ancient golden inscriptions. These inscriptions were incomplete in some places. They floated weakly, and there were countless array patterns around them. The spiritual power in the array patterns was very weak. This is an array formation. Muyu was very shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a space under Chaotic Burial Valley. This space was very vast and boundless, but there seemed to be a faint boundary of array patterns separating it. Muyu was at the place where the boundary of the array patterns was broken. Akatsuki said that it broke free from the seal. Could it be referring to this seal? Muyu was amazed. This array pattern seemed to be purely for the purpose of protecting the rubble that Muyu had just come down. Through the inscriptions and array patterns, he could see that there seemed to be something roaring in the darkness in the distance. Little Shuai's hand touched the inscriptions and he suddenly let out a soft yi. He then exclaimed, "What a familiar array formation. Ah, I know who set up this array formation." "Who?" "The white-bearded old man." Muyu's eyes widened. "Really? Are you sure?" The inscriptions and array patterns here were actually set up by his master. Did that mean that his master had been here before? Another layer of fog covered his master. Of course I'm not mistaken. The array patterns and inscriptions here are the same as the array formation at Falling Dust Mountain. How could I forget such a familiar spiritual power? Don't forget that I stayed in the spirit chi for a long time, little Shuai said confidently. The spirit chi was the foundation of all the arrays at Falling Dust Mountain. The spiritual power of the arrays all came from the spirit chi. Little Shuai had been used to block the spirit chi for a long time, so he was very familiar with the aura of Fenghouchen's array formation. Could it be that Master sealed Akatsuki here? Even though Mu Yu was now the sect master of the formation glyph sect, he still felt inferior to his master's array formation. His master's array formation skills far surpassed his. He was a very mysterious old man who seemed to be everywhere. But when he thought of his master, Mu Yu felt a wave of worry. His master had fallen into the hands of the third layer palace and he didn't even know where the third layer palace was. I knew that the flesh-winged horned monster was familiar and annoying. I understand now. The white-bearded old man didn't seal the flesh-winged horned monster, but to prevent it from running over from the other side of the seal, little Shuai had a look of realization. To prevent the flesh-winged horned monsters from running over? Where is that? Mu Yu asked curiously. Little Shuai didn't answer him. Instead, he said in a serious tone, Mu Yu, we must immediately repair this array formation. We can't let those flesh-winged horned monsters run over. The white-bearded old man seemed to hate those ugly monsters. Chapter 589. Of course there's more than one. If I'm not wrong, there should be 8 colors. There are countless of them and they're very powerful, Xiao Shuai said with certainty. You guessed. Mu Yu glanced at Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed. All right, that's my feeling. Anyway, it's a very familiar feeling. The old man must have brought me here before and he should have been to the other side. Xiao Shuai pointed to the other side of the formation, which was outside of the hole. What's that on the other side? Mu Yu still didn't understand. Xiao Shuai said seriously, it's a very annoying thing. Anyway, hurry up and fix this seal. The old man wouldn't make something out of nothing. Mu Yu looked at the hole in the formation before him and then looked at the boundary of the formation. The formation was spherical in shape and it covered the broken stones that had just entered. It looked to be at least 1,000 meters in diameter. The hole in the formation was only 1 meter in diameter. It was insignificant compared to the entire formation. However, it was this insignificant hole that allowed Akatsuki, the ugly monster with wings and horns, to escape. She had almost caused a huge problem. Mu Yu carefully looked at the structure of the formation in front of him and deduced in his heart. In the end, he shook his head slightly. It's a little difficult to fix this formation. Although he had received all the inheritance of the formation Heavenly Tao and even learned many of Deadwood Daddy's formations, it didn't mean that he knew all the formations in the world. Even if he had the formation hall, it was impossible to control this formation. Although the formation hall and the formation runestone were said to be able to control and break all the formations in the world, this was only relative to some of the more common formations. The complexity of the formation in front of him was beyond Mu Yu's imagination. It was just like the 9th heaven sealing demon formation in his body. It wasn't something that he could control. Moreover, this formation was set up by Jianying Chen Feng. His formation skills were much better than Mu Yu's. Mu Yu carefully approached the hole in the formation. The closer he got to the hole, the more his heart palpitated. In the end, he even felt that his breathing was a little rushed. The aura outside the formation was very strong. He felt like there was a rock on his chest. The closer he got, the heavier the rock became. He moved to the hole in the formation and carefully looked through the hole to see what was outside the formation. All he could see was a void of darkness. There seemed to be some shadows moving quickly in the darkness, and there were even some white lights mixed in. The speed of those white lights was very fast, and they disappeared in a flash. It was impossible to see what they were. When Mu Yu put his hand on the hole, a huge pressure rushed towards him. This is Heaven and Earth's barrier? Mu Yu looked at the terrifying pressure in surprise. He recalled the time when he returned from the second layer of heaven to the third layer of heaven. He had withstood the pressure from the two worlds through the wood spirit. That terrifying feeling was still fresh in Mu Yu's memory. Heaven and Earth's barrier? Is that the rat hole you mentioned last time? Dragon Vine didn't go to the second layer of heaven with them, so it didn't know what happened. What rat hole? Big earthworm, can you be a little more educated? Little Handsome scolded. Didn't you say you came back through the hole? Dragon Vine curiously stretched out its claws, wanting to get closer to the hole, but Mu Yu quickly pulled it back. Don't stretch your hand out. It will instantly destroy your hand. Mu Yu didn't think Dragon Vine was as thick-skinned as Little Handsome. Heaven and Earth's barrier, if I'm not wrong, there should be another world after passing through here. Little Handsome said seriously. Heaven and Earth's barrier? Then does this also lead to the second layer of heaven? Mu Yu didn't understand. The existence of the spirit chi was because the spirit chi between the third and second layer of heaven was not balanced. It caused a hole to appear in the weak point of the two worlds, connecting the two worlds. Back when Mu Yu didn't have the teleportation jade pendant, he relied on Mu Ling to pass through the heaven and earth's barrier to return to the third layer of heaven. It doesn't necessarily lead to the second layer of heaven, there are other worlds. The spirit chi is only one way to pass through the heaven and earth's barrier. There are other ways to break through the heaven and earth's barrier to go back and forth between the two worlds. The heaven and earth's barrier is something that is very difficult to explain. It can be understood as the wall between the two worlds. Some places are very weak, while some places are very wide. It's so wide that you can't even imagine it. Little Handsome was in a daze when he explained this. He was like a confused bug that had forgotten a lot of memories. Some things needed to be slowly recalled. He thought for a long time and continued, the weak point is as thin as a piece of paper. It's easy to form the spirit chi. The spirit chi is a passage that can be quickly passed through. And in the wide area, you don't even know where the other end of this illusory wall is. It's even longer than crossing an entire world. If we rashly go in, we will definitely get lost in the heaven and earth's barrier. If we can't find the exit, then we're done for. The heaven and earth's barrier was actually compared to a piece of paper by Little Handsome. This was hard to accept. But even if it was the thickness of a piece of paper, according to Little Handsome's explanation, even a tribulation passing stage cultivator wouldn't be able to break it. Didn't that flesh-winged horned monster come in through here? This means that the heaven and earth's barrier isn't wide. Should we go and see the world it's in? Long Teng was very enthusiastic about this. Not going. Its world must be very disgusting. Little Handsome shook his head. Mu Yu also didn't have that idea. Although he had Mu Ling that could guarantee his survival in the heaven and earth's barrier and could even reach the world where Akatsuki was, his purpose of coming here wasn't to explore other worlds. Moreover, he felt that something was strange. If Akatsuki came in through the heaven and earth's barrier, then when did the Yellow Springs corpse water form? And why would the people from the Gate of Hell know that someone from another world was coming and send people to receive them? Mu Yu's hand touched the surrounding formation pattern and carefully checked the spirit energy in the formation pattern. After comparing it with the other formation patterns that weren't damaged, he found that the formation pattern wasn't damaged for a long time. However, it was gradually expanding. Clearly, if one place was damaged, it would affect other places. Perhaps in a few years, this formation pattern would disappear. What would happen at that time? Mu Yu conveyed this question to Little Handsome. Little Handsome seriously pondered for a long time and said, if the formation pattern disappears, nothing will happen. Didn't you notice that the rocks on the walls of Chaotic Burial Valley are very strong? We didn't break a single rock when we fought. We only broke a few rocks on the top of Chaotic Burial Valley. Mu Yu nodded. The structure of Chaotic Burial Valley was indeed very strong. When looking down from the sky, Chaotic Burial Valley looks like a crack. This crack is actually the crack of this world. Entering this crack is equivalent to entering the heaven and earth's barrier. It's just that the heaven and earth's barrier here isn't as thin as the spirit energy eye of the second and third layer. Therefore, if we blindly enter, we will get lost in the heaven and earth's barrier. After pausing for a moment, Little Handsome continued. Perhaps in order to hide this dangerous place, the white-bearded old man used a formation to forcefully restrict the heaven and earth's barrier to such a deep place. The pile of rocks is also very strong. Although there are gaps between them, they are indestructible and can withstand the pressure of the heaven and earth's barrier. Perhaps the white-bearded old man did it. Akatsuki's self-destruction created a huge power and inadvertently triggered some kind of protective measure. Muyu was very surprised. Muyu had seen the terrifying destructive power of the heaven and earth's barrier before. At that time, he felt that he wasn't even as good as a speck of dust in front of this kind of power. Even now, he still felt the same way. However, Master was actually able to forcefully restrict the heaven and earth's barrier to such a deep place with a formation. Just how strong was Master in the past? But this formation is so complicated. How did the flesh-winged horned monster break it? With its little formation skills, it didn't even notice that I set a trap for it. How did it have the ability to break Master's powerful formation? Muyu still didn't understand. Moreover, even if he were to break this formation now, he might not be able to create such a big hole. The formation patterns here were too mysterious and he couldn't figure it out. I suspect that the flesh-winged horned monster might have wanted to come from another world, but it was blocked by this formation. Think about it, such a disgusting monster can't be separated from the dead. The netherworld corpse water is also corrosive and can absorb spiritual power. Therefore, it must have used the netherworld corpse water to corrode a small hole and then used the small hole to control the dead people above. Little Handsome guessed. Muyu carefully calculated the distribution of spiritual power in the entire formation and then calculated the corrosive power of the netherworld corpse water. He felt that with that kind of corrosive power, it would take at least a few hundred years to drill a small hole. This flesh-winged horned monster actually had so much patience. However, this wasn't the time to praise its patience. Since one guy ran over, it was hard to say if a second one would run over. He had to help Master repair this formation. If he wanted to repair a formation, he had to first learn this formation and familiarize himself with the use of every spirit pattern in this formation. Otherwise, if his method of drawing spirit patterns conflicted with Master's formation patterns, it was very likely that it would worsen the degree of damage to this formation and even cause him to lose his life. Master, you didn't teach me the formation, but in the end, I was the one who helped you repair the formation. I wonder how you are now. Muyu sighed. Master had set up this terrifying formation not only to hide the crack in the third layer of heaven, but also to prevent monsters from other worlds like Akatsuki from invading the third layer of heaven. He had sacrificed so much for the peace of the third layer of heaven, but now he was trapped and his whereabouts were unknown. Little Handsome wagged his tail. I hope the white-bearded old man is fine. In any case, let's first fill up this gap. The formation patterns in the distance were constantly flashing and the inscriptions were also quickly flowing. However, those strange flowing lights dimmed when they reached the gap. At the same time, the entire formation was constantly weakening. Muyu didn't understand this complicated formation. He needed to calculate the general layout of the formation based on the distribution of these inscriptions and formation patterns. This was a very difficult process, and it was also very strenuous for Muyu. However, Muyu and Little Handsome didn't expect that in the barrier of heaven and earth far away from this seal, a flowing light was rapidly shuttling through the barrier of heaven and earth. It didn't seem to care about the pressure of the barrier of heaven and earth at all, as if it was taking a leisurely stroll. Chapter 590. The Moryun mountain range was isolated from the rest of the world. The only way to reach the 3 continents was through the vast 100,000 mountains. The other 3 directions were surrounded by the endless sea. At this moment, on the eastern coast of the Moryun mountain range, the bright sun shone on the beach. The seawater gently slapped against the reefs, making splashing sounds. The seagulls chirped softly, and the sea breeze whistled. In the distance, a few fishermen were preparing to go out to sea to fish. Their skin was very tanned. They relied on fishing for a living all year round. The sea breeze had left some indelible marks on their bodies. "Old Jong, where are you going today?" a middle-aged man asked. "Near Spoonfield Island." "Old Liang, where are you?" another fisherman asked after checking the fishing net. "I'm going to Mountain Rock Island. My wife just gave birth to a boy for us. I'm going there to catch a few sea turtles to nourish her body," Old Liang said excitedly. "Then we're going the same way. Let's go together," Old Jong said with a smile. Old Jong smiled as he untied the mooring rope and pushed the oars against the reefs. The boat swayed and left the shore. However, at this moment, Old Liang's smile suddenly disappeared. He looked into the distance strangely. 8 strange figures appeared on the rugged reefs in the distance. Their bodies were filled with billowing black fog, like the souls of the underworld. It made one's heart palpitate. It was this strange aura that made Old Jong unable to smile. He even felt a little flustered. The leader of the 8 people was a black shadow sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was called a black shadow because it gave off an illusory feeling. It was as though it had no body and was just a shadow. However, it was different from a shadow. "Old Jong, those people aren't souls, right?" Old Liang said in surprise. Old Jong looked in the direction he was pointing at and was also shocked. "These people are still emitting black smoke. Could it be that they're ominous?" "Let's leave this place quickly," Old Liang said nervously. Just as they were about to paddle away, more than 10 black shadows suddenly streaked across the sky. These black shadows were like ghosts as they passed over their heads. A sinister aura immediately enveloped Old Jong and Old Liang. The two of them had mortal bodies. When they were tainted by this sinister aura, they felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was clearly the hottest day of the summer, but they felt as though they had stepped into winter. The two of them looked at each other in horror and hurriedly rowed away as fast as they could. The dozen or so ghostly shadows were none other than Gui Han and the others. After they had collected enough demonic beast souls in the Moyun mountain range, they had followed the Spirit Lord's orders to rescue Akatsuki. However, they had never imagined that Akatsuki would actually self-destruct under the sunlight in the mass burial valley. "Your subordinate greets the Venerable One." Gui Han landed on the reef and knelt before the black figure on the reef. "Where are the others?" the illusory black shadow asked faintly. Gui Han seemed to be very afraid of the illusory black shadow. He did not even dare to raise his head to look at it. He said in a trembling voice, reporting to the Venerable One, the others have been killed." A terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the area. Even the surging waves were fixed in place by a mysterious power, unable to fall back down for a long time. The faces of everyone from the gate of hell changed. They all knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. Gui Han's group originally had more than 100 people, but now there were only 17 left. A portion of them were killed by Mu Yu. The rest were killed by Akatsuki's self-destruction. "Give me a reasonable explanation," the illusory black shadow said faintly. Gui Han was already paralyzed on the ground. He could not move at all. He was a body fusion stage cultivator. However, when he faced the Spirit Lord, he felt like he was facing a towering mountain. The pressure was so heavy that he could not breathe. "Venerable One, it's the true God's disciple, Mu Yu," Gui Han said in a panic. "The true God's disciple is only at the spirit severing stage. You are a body fusion stage cultivator. Is this how you work for me?" The Spirit Lord's voice did not have any change in emotion. However, Gui Han was already extremely afraid. "Your subordinate is incompetent. Please spare my life, Venerable One." Gui Han's body could not help but tremble. The Spirit Lord snorted coldly. He did not seem to make any movements. Following that, Gui Han cried out in pain. It was as if he was suffering from a heart-wrenching pain. His entire body was lifted up by an invisible hand and flopped in the air. His originally pale face suddenly flushed red. His eyes were about to pop out. A stream of black gas shot into Gui Han's eyes. Countless images flashed past Gui Han's eyes. It was as if it was rewinding, displaying everything that he had seen in the past few days. Azura Gui was killed. The 10,000-year-old dragon vine was taken away. Akatsuki was killed by the sun. How do you want me to spare your life? The Spirit Lord's voice still did not have any change in emotion. It was as if he was calmly stating a fact. Gui Han was so frightened that he could not speak. If it wasn't for the fact that we are lacking in manpower, I would definitely kill you, the Spirit Lord said. The invisible hand on Gui Han's neck suddenly loosened. Only then did Gui Han manage to keep his life. He hurriedly knelt down again and kowtowed to thank the Spirit Lord. A man behind him stood up and asked, "Venerable One, what should we do now?" Something happened to Akatsuki. Doesn't that mean we don't need to worry about Akatsuki's matter? Gui cherishes life. Go to the nearby village and find 9 newborns. We need newborns to replace Azura Gui. Ghost servants cannot be lacking. The Spirit Lord said. Yes. Gui cherishes life took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. The Spirit Lord swept his gaze over the remaining people behind Gui Han. His gaze suddenly landed on Gui Hongyu. He grabbed Gui Hongyu and pulled her in front of him. A disciple of a true god. You really have many tricks up your sleeve, the Spirit Lord said. Gui Hongyu looked at the Spirit Lord in horror. She did not understand why the Spirit Lord had grabbed her. At the bottom of Mass Burial Valley, Mu Yu carefully studied the inscriptions in the middle of the formation patterns. Those ancient inscriptions were the key to this formation. After Akatsuki broke free from this formation, the inscriptions were also destroyed. Many of the inscriptions even dimmed and disappeared. The complexity of the array that Feng Haochen laid down was not inferior to the 9th heaven's sealing devil array in Mu Yu's body. The amount of spirit energy used to engrave tens of thousands of lines was far beyond Mu Yu's imagination. Even if he had the inheritance of the heavenly array Dao, it was still very difficult for him to understand this formation. Mu Yu understood that his master's attainment in formations was actually higher than the heavenly array Dao. At least, the heavenly array Dao's inheritance did not have such a complicated formation. But fortunately, Mu Yu's talent had always been good. The spirit energy carvings of the formation were actually very similar to some simple formations in some places. And this formation only had a hole. As long as he understood the distribution of the formation patterns around the hole, he could roughly deduce it. Little Shuai was also giving advice. Although this little guy was a glutton, he loved to read. He had already flipped through Deadwood Daddy's Shen formation and learned quite a lot of formation techniques. Some of the formation patterns here can be understood using the mirror image formation. Little Shuai said. Mu Yu was very familiar with the mirror image formation. When he first entered the Withered Tree Valley, Deadwood Daddy used this mirror image formation to trap many self-cultivators. Mu Yu didn't know anything about formations back then, but he coincidentally found the clues left behind by Deadwood Daddy and successfully passed through the mirror image formation. The mirror image formation recorded in the Shen formation was a very advanced innate formation technique. The mirror image formation placed in the valley back then was just a simplified version. If Deadwood Daddy had made the real mirror image formation, Mu Yu wouldn't have been able to get out at all. The real mirror image formation could make people completely lose their direction. No matter which direction they went, they would return to the same place. The most terrible thing was that the boundaries were constantly moving, making it impossible to determine the exact location. If one attacked in the mirror image formation, they might even find that if they stabbed the sword above their head, the sword tip would pierce through their chest from the back. This formation technique was very advanced. It was invented by Deadwood Daddy himself. It was recorded in the Shen formation that no one had successfully walked out of his real mirror image formation. The Shen formation taught Mu Yu the most exquisite way to learn formations, which was to dismantle formations. Mu Yu flipped through Deadwood Daddy's Shen formation. He found that the Shen formation left behind by Deadwood Daddy was indeed ingenious. Mu Yu divided the location of the breach into 36 formation patterns. These 36 formations were actually recorded in detail in the Shen formation. He divided all the formations according to the guidance of the Shen formation. Finally, he changed the differences. After spending a day, he finally understood all the formation patterns and spirit power lines around the breach. Using spirit power to draw a formation was a difficult process. This was because this formation was too heaven-defying. It was a formation that could restrict the barrier between heaven and earth. There was no need to think about it to know how powerful it was. Even though Mu Yu was now at the spirit severing stage, compared to the previous Jianying Chen Feng, he was still too insignificant. He had just drawn a spirit power line and half of the spirit power in his body was sucked away. This formation consumed too much spirit power. It was far from what he could bear. If a formation technique consumed so much spirit power, then the formation base needed was even more difficult to estimate. There must be something strange about this formation base. I can't take it anymore. Little handsome, quickly come and help me. I don't have the abnormal cultivation of master. It's not enough to repair this formation. Mu Yu lay on a floating stone and said while panting. The formation base of this formation is the power of nature. Of course, it's not something you can repair. Little handsome said. The power of nature. In a battle of formations, if the innate formation base's spirit power was exhausted, a truly powerful innate formation master could use the power of nature as the formation base. The power of nature meant that everything in the world could be used as the formation base. It was a very profound method that needed to be comprehended by oneself. Without anyone to teach Mu Yu, he could not meet the requirements. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Yu used his own spirit power to draw the formation. In the end, he was half dead tired. Then, Little Handsome said these words, leaving him helpless. His master could easily use the power of nature to set up the formation. That was because his master's cultivation was already invincible. He did not know how to use the power of nature and could not reach the level where everything could be set up. Now, he felt that he was not even worth a finger in front of his master. Stupid, this formation is originally maintained by the power of nature around it. What you have to do is to follow the flow of the spirit power of the formation and find the power of nature to make up for it. This way, you don't have to waste your own spirit power. Little Handsome said proudly. The power of nature. I can also control the power of nature. Mu Yu suddenly became interested. If he could control the power of nature, then he could reach the level where everything could be set up. This also meant that he did not have to use a lot of innate formation base to set up a complicated formation. Although he now had the primal yin-yang and did not need to use the innate formation base to set up a teleportation formation, many large-scale fixed formations naturally could not use the primal yin-yang as the formation base. It was impossible for him to always guard the fixed formation and not leave. However, controlling the power of nature was too difficult. Even Zhuge Xiaosheng could not do it. Mu Yu had always wanted to learn how to use the power of nature. However, the natural formation Heavenly Tao had told him that he had to comprehend it himself. So, he had not grasped the essence of it yet. Chapter 591. The power of nature is recorded in Old Dad's Xian formations. You're not serious at all. Little Shuai snorted. He usually liked to flip through Xian formations casually. It could be said that he knew more about Xian formations than Mu Yu. The power of nature isn't completely recorded in Xian formations. It only mentioned a sentence or two, Mu Yu said. When Deadwood Daddy was recording his formations, he often felt that some things were too simple and there was no need to record them. So the entire book was filled with profound formations that people couldn't understand. He did mention the power of nature, but he didn't talk about how to guide the power of nature to set up a formation. On page 1967, line 3, paragraph 6, he said that everything can be set up, including people. Little Shuai was sometimes silly, but sometimes his memory was surprisingly good. It was mainly because he had a photographic memory, but Mu Yu didn't. He only had a very strong deduction ability. Mu Yu didn't really like reading books, because every book written by Deadwood's father was very thick. Just the book Xian Formations alone was 15 centimeters thick. It was half the size of a table, and it was surprisingly heavy. Although his memory wasn't bad, it didn't reach the level of photographic memory. At least, he couldn't clearly remember which page and which paragraph, but he remembered this sentence. So, everything can be set up. Master Lu also said this to me before. Not only Master Lu, Formation Heavenly Tao also mentioned it, Mu Yu said. He once received all the inheritance of Formation Heavenly Tao, but there were many things that he needed to comprehend on his own. Mu Yu never lacked the materials to set up formations, so he didn't care much about the power of nature and didn't delve into it. But today, he found out that the formations his master set up actually used the power of nature. So he had no choice but to treat the power of nature properly. The key point of Deadwood Daddy's sentence is including people, Little Shuai said seriously. Including humans? Mu Yu frowned. Humans were also a part of nature. He seemed to have realized something in his heart. He immediately closed his eyes and released his spiritual energy in a regular pattern. He carefully observed the situation of the spiritual energy and was surprised to find that his spiritual energy seemed to have been deprived of something intangible. However, this thing did not weaken his spiritual energy at all. It was as if the thing that was taken away was superfluous. These incorporeal things were slowly being drawn out and integrated into the array formation, making it even more solid. Although it was insignificant, it still surprised Mu Yu. Was this the power of nature? Mu Yu used his hand to touch the floating stone beside him. He seriously sensed the changes in the stone and discovered that a part of the stone seemed to have been taken away. He could not figure it out, but it was definitely there. This array formation can turn everything that enters the array formation into the power of nature. The moment we entered, we became a part of the array formation's foundation. However, because the effect is minuscule, we can't sense it, Little Marshall said. We have also become the force of nature. Can an array formation be set up like this? Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. He calculated the distribution of the array formation in his mind and discovered that not only the surrounding stones, but the entire chaotic burial valley and the surrounding flowers, trees, birds, and beasts, and even the terrifying destructive power in the barrier of heaven and earth had all become the foundation of the array formation. Such a bizarre array technique was truly unprecedented. The force of nature indeed needs to be comprehended by yourself. You can give it a try. This array formation is filled with the force of nature, so it will be much easier for you to learn the power of nature, Little Marshall said. Usually, Mu Yu always wanted to learn how to use the force of nature to set up arrays, but the force of nature was too illusory. It was very difficult for him to comprehend it. Now that he was in an array formation that used the force of nature as its foundation, it was indeed an opportunity for Mu Yu to comprehend the force of nature. Mu Yu began to comprehend the incorporeal power. That kind of thing was illusory yet real. As long as he could control it, he could deal with the situation in front of him. Nature was a kind of carefree, relaxed, and comfortable appearance. There was no need to deliberately disguise anything. Everything was how it should be. Everything in the world had its truest side, and the power displayed by that side was the force of nature. Mu Yu emptied his mind and fell into a state of lightness. Whether it was the spiritual energy around him, the broken stones, or the tyrannical destructive power from the barrier of heaven and earth, they were all part of nature. He did not rely on his consciousness to control it. Instead, he allowed everything to move as he wished. The power to maintain this kind of movement came from themselves. This was what Mu Yu needed to comprehend. He needed to guide that power and use it for his own use. Little Marshall was bored to death at the side and began to eat a roasted chicken leg with a pill firestone. He directly threw the bones that were gnawed clean at the barrier of heaven and earth outside the gap in the array formation. The bones were directly turned into nothingness. It was easy and effective to deal with trash. Dragon Vine yawned, swung its tail, and began to sleep with its eyelids drooping. All of this seemed so pleasant. That invisible but substantial power was roaming around vigorously, flowing. So that's how it is. The black and white spiritual energy in Mu Yu's body continued to flow. The comfortable and free power in the spiritual energy began to surge happily. The force of nature around him also resonated with the spiritual energy in Mu Yu's body and began to be guided to his side by Mu Yu. The array pattern turned into the 8 trigrams and began to spin under Mu Yu's feet. He began to try to use this weak power as the base of the array and set up a simple Qingyang sound scrambling array. He had just summoned a Qingyang, but before the Qingyang could leave his palm, it turned into nothingness with a soft poochie sound. The force of nature that Mu Yu gathered could not provide enough power to maintain the Qingyang sound scrambling array. He tried several array techniques in succession and realized that they could not achieve the desired effect. Strange, where did the problem come from? Mu Yu was puzzled. Why was his master able to use the force of nature as the base of the array, but he could not even use the most basic array techniques? He began to ponder about the timing of the force of nature's effect. Unfortunately, the force of nature was always lacking a little bit, and he could not grasp that little bit of understanding. No, the force of nature is too mysterious. I know nothing about it. Even if I can feel its existence, I can't reasonably use it. Mu Yu shook his head. In fact, he only spent a quarter of an hour to discover the illusory force of nature. This was already very heaven-defying. It was just that Feng Haochen's formation was too abstruse, and it was impossible to learn the most basic force of nature from the abstruse formation. If Feng Haochen could personally demonstrate to Mu Yu a simple formation maintained by the force of nature, then he would understand where the balance between the force of nature and the formation was. Although Mu Yu could not control the force of nature, he at least understood a little bit of it. It could be considered a beginner. Little Shuai wagged his tail and said, "Anyway, this depends on your own understanding. If you can't fix this powerful array, you need to at least use your own array techniques to stop people from coming in from the barrier of heaven and earth. Set up a few powerful killing arrays outside to make them retreat." Mu Yu understood that this was the only way. However, although he did not have enough spiritual power to carve lines to fix this array pattern, he could use his own array pattern to stop the gap from widening. How about this? I might as well set up a mirror image array at the gap in the array. The next time some flesh-winged horned monster wants to come in from here, they will have to break through the mirror image array and teach them a lesson. Mu Yu thought for a moment. The mirror image array left a deep impression on him. This array could let people come in from anywhere and walk out from anywhere. The complete version of the mirror image array was very powerful. Mu Yu knew how to set it up. As long as he set the entrance of the mirror image array at the gap in front of him, then the next time he encountered a monster like Akatsuki who wanted to come in, it would barge into the mirror image array. No matter where it went, it would walk back to the gap and would not be able to take a step forward. You can set up a heaven and earth reversal killing array in the mirror image array. Lastly, use a pair blossom rain needles to serve it, followed by a rolling thunder. Little Shuai suggested as he rubbed his fists. Why don't you use your lofty image to intimidate the enemy? Mu Yu laughed. That's a good idea. Little Shuai nodded excitedly. Mu Yu shrugged helplessly. Then, he added his powerful sword Qi into the mirror image array. Little Shuai volunteered to be in charge of the dark sky falling thunder sword array. Considering that lightning was the nemesis of yellow spring corpse water, Mu Yu agreed. After setting it up, he added several layers of indestructible defensive formations behind the mirror image array. As long as the formation base was strong enough and the formation patterns were stable enough, there was no need to worry about it being broken by brute force. Mu Yu spent a lot of effort to set up this formation. His formation skills were far above Akatsuki's. Even Akatsuki would not be able to escape from this formation. Mu Yu finished setting everything up. He took one last look at the powerful formation left behind by his master before leaving chaotic Burial Valley. Where are we going next? Dragon Vine asked with half-opened eyes. To the Ghost Island. But we need to know how to get there first. Little Shuai said. This was a problem. Only Red Dragon Duke knew the location of the Ghost Island. Mu Yu did not know. Since it is an island, it must be by the sea. Let's go to the sea and see if there is anything strange. We might even find traces of the people from the Gate of Hell and secretly follow them, Mu Yu said. But not long after Mu Yu left Chaotic Burial Valley, outside the formation at the bottom of Chaotic Burial Valley, A blazing light suddenly flashed across the boundless heaven and earth barrier. Then, a figure slowly appeared from the light. The heaven and earth barrier had a terrifying tearing force that could instantly destroy a person's body. But this person who suddenly appeared walked in the heaven and earth barrier as if he was taking a stroll. He flew in the heaven and earth barrier and seemed to have discovered something. He gradually approached the formation at the bottom of chaotic Burial Valley. He used his hand to touch the formation patterns. The formation patterns gently flicked his hand away. He flew around the huge formation and saw the opening created by Akatsuki. He then walked in. Little Shuai's dark sky falling thunder soared. With a childish shout, Little Shuai's figure suddenly appeared. A blue heavenly sword with the power of thunder slashed down at the figure. But this person only stretched out a hand and grabbed the blue heavenly sword. Little Shuai's seemingly domineering blue heavenly sword was not worth mentioning in his hand. Jianying Chen Feng's sword spirit? Is Jianying Chen Feng nearby? The figure was extremely shocked. He walked around the entire formation. The formation set up by Mu Yu was useless against him. He easily passed through it. Yu Clan and Third Layer Palace. It seems like Third Layer Heaven is about to change owners. Jianying Chen Feng, you still lost in the end. Third Layer Heaven no longer belongs to you. Chapter 592. Mu Yu left chaotic Burial Valley and returned to the academy. He asked Xiao Fei to get a topographic map of Moyun mountain range. In fact, the cultivator didn't draw the whole picture of the Moyun mountain range, especially the area by the sea. It was very vague. There were only a few rolling mountains and then the sea. There wasn't even a road sign or a small road. This map was the most detailed one that Xiao Fei found. The other maps did not even mark the seaside. Cultivators didn't like to gather at the seaside because they generally lived in the mountains. Moreover, the demonic beasts lived in the mountain forests. The demonic beasts' skin, bones, and demonic spirits were materials for making magical equipment. Therefore, the cultivator's area of activity was near the cities in the mountain forests. Mu Yu flew towards the east of Moyun mountain range. Mu Yu remembered that Duke Red Dragon said that the Ghost Island was in the Eastern Sea. The people from the Gate of Hell went to the Ghost Island. Mu Yu also wanted to go to the Ghost Island for Deadwood Daddy. Mu Yu, you're not lost, right? Xiao Shuai asked lazily on Mu Yu's shoulder. Mu Yu wandered around for a long time and looked at the map for a long time. He said uncertainly, I don't think so. Having no sense of direction was the shame of Mu Yu's life. His sense of direction was too bad. He often flew off the path. Even if he looked at the map, he would not be able to find the north. There was no choice. There was nothing to use when flying in the air. Moreover, he was not familiar with this area. He wanted to rely on the sun to determine the direction, but it was cloudy today. I think we should go east. Yes. This way. Mu Yu pointed in a direction and said. Looks like we're lost again. Longting said with certainty. Mu Yu muttered, strange. It was sunny yesterday. Why is the sun so shy today? It was funny. He grew up in Moyun mountain range, but there were many places in Moyun mountain range that he had never been to. Like other cultivators, he did not live near the sea. Didn't you use the divine soul wood to control Gui Hongyu? Try to sense that piece of divine soul wood, said Xiao Shuai. That would require Gui Hongyu to be within a certain range. If she's too far away, I won't be able to sense her. Mu Yu crossed a tall mountain and saw the horizon in the distance. The endless sea was rolling gently. He had actually found the sea. Look, look. I told you that my sense of direction has improved recently. Mu Yu puffed out his chest and said proudly. From afar, he could see some fishing villages below. He could see that some fishermen were still drying fishing nets in their yards. There were also a few fishing boats drifting on the coast. A few villagers were fixing the ropes. It was now evening, and the fishing boats were beginning to return. Do you think the people from the Gate of Hell have already set sail? Are they going by boat or flying? Xiao Shuai asked curiously. They should be going by boat. I remember Duke Red Dragon saying that this ghost island can't be reached without special guidance. They need to sense the changes in the ocean currents to find them. They can't sense the changes in the ocean currents while flying in the sky. Muyu speculated. Then how do we know which current to follow? Long Tung asked. Muyu was also thinking about this problem. He had to follow the people from the Gate of Hell to reach the ghost island. That meant that the most important thing now was to find traces of the people from the Gate of Hell. Since the people from the Gate of Hell would definitely go by boat, then there would definitely be fishermen nearby who would lend them a boat. It should be robbing. Muyu could not imagine the people from the Gate of Hell would politely borrow boats from fishermen. Muyu specially landed outside the village to show his courtesy. He walked into the fishing village on foot. He found a fisherman and asked if there were any black-clothed people who came to rob boats recently. However, the answer he received was negative. There was nothing strange happening in this area. If there was, it could be that a strong wind blew down the lighthouse by the sea a while ago. There was a very tall lighthouse by the sea. This lighthouse was used to guide the fishermen who were delayed and returned late. Every night, someone would climb to the top of the lighthouse and burn the sebum of a Class 1 demon beast, the rabid shark. After the sebum was ignited, the light emitted by the rabid shark had a great penetrating power in the night. This light could be seen from 10 kilometers away. Of course, the lighthouse was not strange. However, they did not find any traces of the people from the Gate of Hell. This surprised Muyu. Could it be that the people from the Gate of Hell really flew directly to the Ghost Island? If we can't find the Japanese, how are we going to get to the Ghost Island? Little Shuai asked. Let's go to the beach and look for them. If they went out to sea by boat, then they must have left some traces on the beach, Muyu said. Muyu searched the beach but did not find any traces. He saw many fishermen gathered around and began to talk about recent anecdotes. Then, he heard a middle-aged woman say loudly, "Everyone, watch the children closely. I heard that the children in the villages on the east coast were kidnapped the day before yesterday." Really? Who did it? I don't know. I heard that it was a few soul reapers from the underworld. Anyway, a few people in the village died, the middle-aged woman said. Muyu frowned slightly. Soul reapers from the underworld? He listened for a while and found that the middle-aged woman mentioned a figure in black with smoke coming out of his body. He was immediately sure that it was the people from the Gate of Hell. It seemed that Muyu had found the wrong place. The people from the Gate of Hell did not stay in this place, but on another coast. He asked the middle-aged woman about the direction of the fishing village where the children went missing and rushed along the beach in the direction the middle-aged woman had pointed. Muyu flew for about 15 minutes. Suddenly, the aura of the divine soul wood on Gui Hongyu's body entered Muyu's mind. I finally found you. It wasn't easy. Muyu could sense that the divine soul wood was about 30 kilometers away. This meant that the people from the Gate of Hell had not left yet. He flew for a while longer and felt the unique cold aura of the people from the Gate of Hell in the darkness. He knew that he had made the right choice. The divine soul wood on Gui Hongyu's body was like a lamp in the darkness, guiding Muyu. He carefully approached the area. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Some kind of tentacle suddenly surged out of the darkness and wrapped around Muyu's waist. Muyu was shocked. His shadow sword immediately slashed at the tentacle, but the tentacle wasn't cut off. On the contrary, the shadow sword slashed through the tentacle as if it had hit a stream of water. Don't go over there. A familiar voice sounded in Muyu's ears. Muyu was startled. Then, joy appeared on his face. Qiao Shui? Needless to say, Qiao Shui's water spirit had wrapped around Muyu's waist. Qiao Shui's water spirit pulled Muyu back. Muyu did not resist. He was dragged to Qiao Shui's side. Don't go over there. The people from the Gate of Hell have set up a trap for you. Come with me, Qiao Shui said softly. Then, she brought Muyu in a certain direction. They stopped in front of an abandoned hut at the foot of a mountain. Under the moonlight, Muyu could clearly see that the hut was very dilapidated. It was pitch black inside and covered in dust. It looked like it would collapse at the slightest touch. However, Mu Yu frowned. He could clearly sense that the hut was not simple. There was a faint aura around it. Someone had set up a strange camouflage around the hut. It could prevent others from spying on it. If one did not walk in, it would be impossible to discover it. Qiao Shui turned around and smiled at Mu Yu. "We meet again. Wow, big sister Qiao Shui has become prettier again." Little Handsome shamelessly dove into Qiao Shui's embrace. Qiao Shui stretched out her slender hand and rubbed Little Handsome's head. The current Qiao Shui was at the third layer of the spirit severing stage. She was wearing a yellow dress today. She looked clean and tidy, like a lotus flower in the water. She was still so calm. "Qiao Shui, why are you here?" Mu Yu also revealed a smile. He had not seen Qiao Shui for a long time. He did not expect to meet her again here. He wanted to hug Qiao Shui, but he saw Little Handsome acting as an eyesore. "We're going to a certain island. What about you? Do you want to go with the people from the gate of hell?" Qiao Shui looked at Mu Yu. Her relationship with Mu Yu was very strange. Some things were hard to explain. "Yes, we're going to the ghost island." Mu Yu nodded. He was thinking that he must send Little Handsome and Long Teng away one day. Qiao Shui knocked on the wooden door. Then the wooden door suddenly turned into a water screen. The entire house suddenly changed its appearance. It turned into a huge turtle shell. "That's not called the ghost island. That's our..." Before Qiao Shui could finish speaking, a terrifying spirit energy suddenly acted on Mu Yu and Qiao Shui. The two of them were directly pulled into the turtle shell. "Qiao Shui, I told you to go out and patrol. Why did you bring your little lover back?" White Ape Demon King's lazy voice sounded in Mu Yu's ears. Mu Yu was thrown into a corner. He was furious. "Old hairy monkey, are you crazy? Can't you be gentler? Weren't you summoned by the Threefold Palace?" Mu Yu remembered the old man said that the Threefold Palace was gathering a lot of experts. White Ape Demon King was also going. All the monsters in the turtle shell looked at Mu Yu. There were a total of 10 unfriendly auras. Clearly, a human brat daring to speak to their great demon king like this was very rude. "Stinking brat, you have no respect for your elders. What is the Threefold Palace? You want to summon me as a fighter? Dream on." White Ape Demon King was sitting on a chair in the middle of the house. He was eating melon seeds. His legs were on the table, and his legs were shaking. He always had that arrogant and unruly look. Mu Yu felt that the way he shook his legs was very annoying. In addition to White Ape Demon King and Qiao Shui, there were 10 other monsters in the house. 4 of them were at the body integration stage, and 6 were at the severed soul stage. Mu Yu also knew one of them. It was the little prince of the monster race, Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun was at the 9th heavenly layer of the doppelganger realm. When he saw Mu Yu, he wasn't very happy because he liked Qiao Shui. "Why are you all hiding in your turtle shells like cowards?" Mu Yu looked around and couldn't help but ask. Mu Yu didn't panic. Although this old hairy monkey was always very annoying, at least he didn't have any bad intentions. "What coward? Did a coward provoke you? Brat, are you courting death?" A white-skinned old man next to White Ape Demon King angrily rebuked. Mu Yu looked at the old man. This old man's cultivation was at the body integration stage, but he looked a little familiar. "Old turtle, don't be angry. Mu Yu was just joking." Qiao Shui quickly went over to comfort Mu Yu. At the same time, she explained to Mu Yu, we are all in his shell. This time, we need to rely on him to go to the sacred island." "Sacred island? Where is that?" Chapter 593. Stupid Turtle Your Sister. My name is Gui Dingtian. Old Turtle was so angry that his 2 whiskers were sticking up. He obviously remembered Mu Yu. When they were in the 2nd layer of heaven, he and Boss Lu were annoyed by Mu Yu for a long time. Whenever they met, he would greet them with a turtle shell and a walking stick, and then a large part of the sea would evaporate. That year, the sea level of the 2nd layer of heaven dropped by 1 centimeter. "Gui Dingtian?" Mu Yu touched his nose. The name sounded a little strange. When Mu Yu was trapped in the second layer of heaven, he wanted to use the demon race's teleportation array to return to the third layer of heaven. Unfortunately, he met two stubborn guardians on the demon island who refused to let him go. They forcibly delayed him for a year. Those two were Boss Lu and Old Turtle. "Kid, why are you here?" Old Lu asked in a deep voice. White Ape Demon King asked lazily, "Why? Do you know each other?" "Old ancestor, this kid wanted to return to the third layer of heaven from the second layer of heaven, but we refused," Boss Lu replied respectfully. Mu Yu was still angry when he thought of this. These two unreliable guys had dealt with him for half a year before telling him that he could return to the third layer of heaven through the spiritual energy eye. At that time, these two guys were still demon souls guarding the demon island. He didn't expect that they would come to the third layer of heaven alive and kicking. White Ape Demon King was also quite dissatisfied with Mu Yu's impudence. "Kid, are you and those bastards from the Gate of Hell having ideas about our sacred island?" "Sacred island? Isn't it called Ghost Island?" Mu Yu asked. "Ghost my ass, that island is the sacred island of our demon race," White Ape Demon King scolded unceremoniously. Mu Yu was too lazy to pay attention to the White Ape Demon King. She walked to the side, pulled a chair, and sat down. She acted as if she was familiar with this place. But Old Turtle was not happy. He said fiercely, "Brat, how dare you talk to our old ancestor? Damn it. I was the one who saved your old ancestor. Otherwise, that old hairy monkey would have been captured by the people of the Gate of Hell a long time ago." Mu Yu said bluntly, "Don't talk nonsense. How dare you insult our old ancestor? You're courting death." Old Turtle slammed the table and stood up. "All right, stop arguing. That bastard is an eyesore, but it's all thanks to him." The White Ape Demon King didn't feel that there was anything shameful about it. Someone had saved him, so there was nothing to deny. Old Turtle and Boss Deer looked at each other. Although the two of them were rescued by the White Ape Demon King using a secret technique and were reborn with the help of demonic beasts, they didn't know about this matter. Mu Yu continued, "You said that the people from the Gate of Hell are going to your island? If it's yours, why did you only think of looking for it now?" "Because." The White Ape Demon King's face turned red. He scolded, "It's none of your business." He remembered that Duke Crimson Dragon said that the Ghost Island was a remnant of the war between humans and demons. If that was the case, then it shouldn't be a pure demon's possession. "I know, you don't know anything about that place either, right?" Mu Yu suddenly found it funny. Demon Island was clearly the territory of the people from the Gate of Hell, but a dignified demon king actually knew nothing about his own territory. Xiao Shui said, "The sacred island is the territory of the Sea Demon King Yu Jiang. He is also one of our 10 great demon kings. However, his territory is in the sea. Even in the past, we wouldn't be able to find it without special guidance. If we want to reach the sacred island of the Sea Demon King Yu Jiang, we must take a boat and rely on special guidance." The 10 demon kings each had their own way of doing things. They would only unite in a matter of life and death. Just like Desert Eagle Demon King's Desert Eagle Imperial City, other demons couldn't break in. White Ape Demon King was originally the overlord of the second layer of heaven, while Sea Demon King Yu Jiang was the overlord of Moyun Mountain Range. In fact, this wasn't hard to understand. Just like the 8 sects, they didn't dare to say that they could see through other sects. Demon kings were naturally the same. According to Xiao Shui's introduction, Sea Demon King Yu Jiang's island was very mysterious. His island couldn't be found without a boat, even if you flew over his island from the sky. Usually, if the demon kings wanted to visit each other, they would need a middleman. But the demon race was almost extinct several thousand years ago, so the middleman was long gone. "Can't we ask the demon beasts in the sea?" Mu Yu asked. "You think we haven't tried?" "Unfortunately, the demon beasts in the sea are too stupid, none of them know the way. Those that know the way are usually in the depths of the sea, it's very troublesome to find them." The White Ape Demon King angrily scolded. It had been several thousand years, and no sea demon had lived that long. Naturally, they wouldn't know. "How much do you know about the Gate of Hell's plan?" Mu Yu asked. How much do you know? Do you know how to get to 6th Brother Yu Jiang's island? The White Ape Demon King asked. Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui did say that the people from the Gate of Hell had deliberately set a trap for him. He pondered for a long time. At that time, the tracker Gui Hongyu's divine soul would came here, which meant that the people from the Gate of Hell must have found out that he was controlling Gui Hongyu. Fortunately, Xiao Shui stopped him in time, otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. Old hairy monkey, you and Yu Jiang are both demon kings. Haven't you been to his place before? How can you forget the way to his place? Mu Yu said. I haven't been there before. I'm seasick. The White Ape Demon King said simply, not feeling ashamed at all. Seasick? Then why are you here this time? Mu Yu found it a little funny. As a demon king, this guy actually had seasickness. Then, he remembered that he had a fear of heights in the past. Now, he still had a poor sense of direction. No one was perfect. Only people with shortcomings could achieve great things, right? Little Turtle said that I wouldn't get seasick in his turtle shell, so I came. The White Ape Demon King glanced at Old Turtle. Patriarch, don't worry. I guarantee with my life that there won't be any turbulence. Old Turtle said respectfully. His expression was so serious that even Mu Yu found it a little funny. The White Ape Demon King glanced at Mu Yu and suddenly frowned. He stared at Mu Yu maliciously. Kid, why do you have the aura of Desert Eagle's companion demon servant, Ghost Falcon? What? Desert Eagle Demon King? Old Turtle and the others' expressions changed slightly as they all stared at Mu Yu. Although the Demon Kings did things their own way, in the hearts of the demons, the 10 great Demon Kings were sacred and inviolable. The Demon King's authority was effective on all demons. Is there something wrong with your nose? Only then did Mu Yu remember that he seemed to have taken the Ghost Falcon back in Desert Eagle Royal City. However, he didn't plan to say it out loud. Unfortunately, Mu Yu still didn't know what the Ghost Falcon was for. It seemed to be a piece of trash. Screech. A strange cry came from Mu Yu's universe in Sleeve. It was the sound of the Ghost Falcon that Mu Yu had stolen from Tian Bushi and the demons back in Desert Eagle Royal City. Mu Yu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This idiot had been trapped in the blood crystal all this time. He didn't know how to release him, so he had let the Ghost Falcon fend for itself. He had almost forgotten about this guy. He didn't expect it to come out now and cause trouble for him. He knew that there was no point in hiding it now. He simply took out the blood crystal and threw the Ghost Falcon at the White Ape Demon King. He couldn't keep it anyway. Besides, this thing was useless. You were the one who stole it. Long Xingyun looked at the blood crystal in the White Ape Demon King's hand, then looked at Mu Yu in shock and anger. Yes, I stole it. What about it? Mu Yu didn't want to deny it at all. At the time, the demons and the people from Stargate were clearly stronger than Mu Yu, who was in the out-of-body stage. But who would have thought that the one who reaped the benefits would be Mu Yu, who had the lowest cultivation? The White Ape Demon King coldly snorted and said, Xingyun, at that time, you brought the elites of your clan and rushed over. You told me that a boy with an unfathomable cultivation base stole the Ghost Falcon. Don't tell me that the so-called unfathomable cultivation base is this guy. At the time, it was true. Long Xingyun was so angry that the roots of his teeth itched. He glared at Mu Yu, but Mu Yu ignored him, his expression still as indifferent as ever. The White Ape Demon King knocked on the blood crystal. The Ghost Falcon suddenly screeched again, as if communicating with the White Ape Demon King. The White Ape Demon King's face was suddenly filled with shock, which then turned serious. The White Ape Demon King's figure flashed, and he grabbed Mu Yu by the collar. Holy shit! Old hairy monkey, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Mu Yu was furious. This old hairy monkey was addicted to bullying him. You know where Hai Dongqing is sealed, and you've seen him before? The White Ape Demon King stared coldly at Mu Yu. What? You know where the Sand Eagle Demon King is sealed? All the demons stood up, their faces fierce. Mu Yu felt like he was in a real mess. The Ghost Falcon was a damned beast. Mu Yu usually forgot about its existence. Who would have thought that it would snitch to the old hairy monkey at a time like this? Besides, the Sand Eagle Demon King's heart had been taken by Xiong Nan. Even if they could find where the Sand Eagle Demon King was sealed, there was no way they could let him come here. So what if I know? You can't save him. Mu Yu glared at the White Ape Demon King. Where is it? The White Ape Demon King asked in a low voice. Doesn't that little beast know? Mu Yu was thinking about teaching the ghost falcon a lesson. Every time he took it out, the ghost falcon would angrily peck him. It didn't provide him with any information. Now, it had directly reported him. He wanted to skin the ghost falcon alive. It only sensed Hai Dongqing's aura, but it doesn't know the exact location. You must tell me the location, the White Ape Demon King said firmly. What if I don't tell you? The thing Mu Yu hated the most was being threatened. Crazy. He was always acting like an idiot. It was so annoying. Then the White Ape Demon King's face was full of murderous intent. All the demons were staring at Mu Yu. As long as the White Ape Demon King gave the order, they would pounce on Mu Yu and capture him on the spot. Kill me. Mu Yu was not afraid that the White Ape Demon King would make a move on him. He was the only one who knew where Hai Dongqing was sealed. Now, he had the upper hand. The White Ape Demon King suddenly changed the topic and said, "If you don't tell me, then you can forget about being my son-in-law." All the demons were stunned for a moment. They thought that the White Ape Demon King was going to say something shocking that would make Mu Yu beg for death and turn his ashes into potted fertilizer. However, it turned out that this was the first thing that came out of his mouth. F***ck. I don't care if you don't want me. Mu Yu was angered by this shameless old bastard. Every day, he shamelessly wanted to be his father-in-law. He didn't know what was wrong with him. The White Ape Demon King turned to Qiao Shuai and said, "Daughter, your little lover is so heartless. I don't like him either. Why don't I just slap him to death?" Hearing this, Mu Yu immediately said, "No, Qiao Shuai, that's not what I meant. Even if I were to be with you, it wouldn't have anything to do with this old monkey." Mu Yu was speechless. Mu Yu didn't think that Qiao Shuai would do such a thing. Mu Yu immediately turned to Qiao Shuai and said, "That's not what I meant. So you want to marry me?" Qiao Shuai's face turned red. "Ah, that's not what I meant. What I meant was..." Mu Yu was a little embarrassed. "You mean that you don't want to marry Qiao Shuai? It seems that you still have some self-awareness. You know that you're not worthy of being my son-in-law." The White Ape Demon King lazily raised his eyelids. F***ck, can't you be less narcissistic? You old monster, where did you get the confidence to think that I'd be your son-in-law? Mu Yu felt that the more he tried to explain, the more confused he became. He usually didn't lose when arguing with others, but when facing a 1,000-year-old monster, he was still a little lacking, not to mention that it involved Qiao Shuai. "Uncle Ape, don't make things difficult for him. I have nothing to do with him. If you force him like this, he won't say anything." Qiao Shuai was already used to the White Ape Demon King's daily teasing, but even so, she still blushed slightly. "Are you going to let go or not? Are you crazy? Either kill me or let go of me. Don't pull my clothes for no reason." Mu Yu was really impatient with the White Ape Demon King. This shameless old monster deserved a beating. The White Ape Demon King fiercely let go and asked, "Where is the gerfalcon? Are you looking for Yu Jiang or the gerfalcon?" Mu Yu tidied up her clothes. Then, she wondered why the names gerfalcon and Yu Jiang were so strange. The word Jiang clearly meant territory, but it was the Demon King of the sea. Gerfalcon, on the other hand, was the Demon King of the desert. It was a complete reversal. "I want to find both of them. Do you understand?" The White Ape Demon King said solemnly. Mu Yu glanced at the hostile demons around him. He would not be so stupid as to reveal the location of the Sand Eagle Demon King, Hai Dongqing's seal. This was a trump card, and he couldn't use it casually. "Then when we find Yu Jiang, I'll personally take you to find the gerfalcon," Mu Yu said leisurely. In fact, he also needed to borrow the power of the White Ape Demon King to deal with the people of Gowl's Gate. This time, he heard that the protector of Gowl's Gate, the Ghost Lord, had come. With the Ghost Lord's cultivation, perhaps only the White Ape Demon King could firmly suppress him. The White Ape Demon King snorted coldly. Fine, I'll believe you for now. If you play any tricks, you can forget about being my son-in-law for the rest of your life. F***ck, shameless people are invincible. Chapter 594. Mu Yu's face was full of black lines. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to attack the White Ape Demon King. When he had the strength in the future, he would teach this shameless guy a lesson. By the way, old hairy monkey, do you know a monster called Akatsuki? It seems to come from another world. The last time the people from the Gate of Hell came here to pick it up, it looked very similar to the people of your demon race. Mu Yu asked. The White Ape Demon King was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, so he should know something. What? You said the Akatsuki came to the third layer of heaven? The White Ape Demon King's face suddenly changed. When the White Ape Demon King heard the name Akatsuki, his face changed greatly. This was something Mu Yu did not expect. Looking at the White Ape Demon King's expression, it seemed that he was very afraid of Akatsuki. However, the White Ape Demon King had always been fearless. Why would he have such a reaction when he heard the name Akatsuki? You have seen the Akatsuki? The White Ape Demon King asked seriously. Yes, but that guy's Yellow Springs corpse water was taken care of by us. Then, he was burned to death by the sun. Mu Yu still felt rather speechless. She had spent so many years at the bottom of Mass Burial Valley to corrode out the great array laid down by Sword Shadow and Dust Wind. Then, she had snuck in through a small hole. In the end, before she could even cause any trouble, she had been dealt with by the sun. The White Ape Demon King shook his head. The Akatsuki won't die so easily. Tell me the details of the scene at that time. Mu Yu hesitated for a moment. She saw that the White Ape Demon King's expression didn't seem to be joking. So, she hesitated for a moment. Then, she thought that there was nothing to hide about this matter. So, she told the White Ape Demon King everything that had happened at that time, including the strange things that had happened to the villagers, the wooden man, the corpse water of the Yellow Spring in the chaotic Burial Valley, and the disappearance of the dead people in the coffins. What kind of monster is the Akatsuki? It can transform into a human. Is it a demon? Mu Yu asked. Akatsuki isn't one of us demons, nor is she a third firmament or second firmament creature. You don't need to know what she is for now. In short, we must be cautious about this matter. You are lucky that Akatsuki is still recovering. Otherwise, you will become one of its members in the Yellow Springs corpse water, the White Ape Demon King said with a frown. But it has already exploded in the sun. Mu Yu shrugged. Who would have thought that such a powerful flesh-winged horned monster would have a phobia of sunlight? The sun killed Akatsuki because Akatsuki had not adapted to the environment of the third heaven. It will revive again. No, I have to go back and get to the bottom of this. White Ape Demon King glanced at the other demon clan members and instructed, when I'm not around, you guys will follow Gui Dingtian and Lu Xiangshan's orders. Do you hear me? Yes. All the demonic beasts replied respectfully. Mu Yu was stunned. I only mentioned Akatsuki and you want to leave? Isn't that too irresponsible? What if I'm lying? Akatsuki's matter is not a joke. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, it is impossible for you to be familiar with so many details at your age. Besides, Akatsuki's matter is not a trivial matter. Whether this matter is true or not, I have to go to the Mass Burial Valley to verify it. White Ape Demon King glanced at Mu Yu one last time. Without explaining anything, he left the turtle shell and disappeared. F***ck. Without your ghost venerable in the Gate of Hell, how are we going to deal with it? Mu Yu chased after him and shouted, but White Ape Demon King had already merged into the vast night. He walked back gloomily and glanced at the demonic beasts who were still hostile to him. Too lazy to say anything, he pulled a chair to the corner and sat down. Originally, he thought that with the presence of White Ape Demon King on this trip to the Demon Island, at least he didn't have to worry about the ghost venerable. However, White Ape Demon King was neurotic and left as soon as he heard the name Akatsuki. It was hard to say whether he could stop the plan of the Gate of Hell. Mu Yu went to the Demon Island to find a way to repair Deadwood Daddy's soul injury. Old Tree Leader said that the souls on the Demon Island could nourish the soul of humans. The people of the Gate of Hell went to the Demon Island not only for the thousands of demonic and human souls, but also for the Siren King Yu Jiang. But what did this have to do with him? Anyway, he just wanted to do something good. Mu Yu, you rest here for a while. I still have to go out and confirm the safety of the surroundings. At the same time, I will also monitor the movements of the Hellgate's people. Qiao Shui passed Little Handsome to Mu Yu and smiled. Why are there so many men here? Do they need a girl like you to patrol? Mu Yu frowned. Qiao Shui raised the water spirit in her hand and said, the sea is my battlefield. Have you forgotten? She could control water. This was the sea. If there was any movement of the people of the Gate of Hell, she could clearly know. I'll go with you. Mu Yu stood up. He didn't want to stay with a group of demonic beasts. Don't go first. If you need to go with us, we have to confirm something. Boss Lu said. Mu Yu snorted and sat down again. Qiao Shui held Mu Yu's hand and whispered, don't worry. They won't make things difficult for you. Mu Yu nodded. Qiao Shui's hand was very warm, making his gloomy heart feel a little better. He grinned and said, be careful. Qiao Shui left, but Long Xingyun's gaze was fixed on Mu Yu. Qiao Shui was holding Mu Yu's hand just now. Normally, even a noble prince like him wouldn't be able to touch Qiao Shui's hand. But this human brat actually dared to touch his goddess hand. His face was so twisted that it was about to burst. Brat, do you want to follow us to the Holy Island? Old Tortoise asked while twirling his beard. I'm not interested in your sea goblin king. I'm only interested in the people of the Gate of Hell. Mu Yu said helplessly. Old Tortoise and Boss Lu looked at each other. They had a deep impression of Mu Yu. At that time, Mu Yu was only a small nascent soul stage cultivator. They were pestered by Mu Yu for half a year before Old Tortoise told him that he could go back through another spirit chi well. But at that time, they didn't know that Mu Yu had saved White Ape Demon King. Now that they knew, they had a higher opinion of Mu Yu. When they were in the second layer of heaven, they were refined into demon souls to protect the second layer of heaven's Demon Island. That island was where the spirit chi well was located. It was an important place for demons to travel between the second and third layers of heaven. It was different from the Demon Island here. Old Tortoise and Boss Lu were two old antiques. They knew a lot about the past, so White Ape Demon King thought of a way to bring them out of the second layer of heaven. Then do you know how to get to the Holy Island? Boss Lu asked. Mu Yu shook his head. Perhaps only Red Dragon Duke knew how to get to the Demon Island. But Red Dragon Duke disappeared after the Gui Shenyu incident. He should be in the hands of the people of the Gate of Hell now. Then there's no use for you to follow us. You'll only drag us down. Long Xingyun sneered. Mu Yu looked at Long Xingyun impatiently. What? Then what's your use? Are you going to order us around and talk? How dare you talk to me like that? Long Xingyun said angrily. Is there something wrong with your head? I'm not even afraid of an old hairy monkey. Why would I be afraid of a bastard like you? Who do you think you are? Mu Yu didn't like this self-righteous little prince of the demon clan. Just because he was the descendant of the Azure Dragon Demon King, his tail was about to reach the sky. Back then, he was easily defeated by Shimon Wuji's lullaby. He really didn't know where his sense of superiority came from. Kid, he's not my grandson, his green dragon old ancestor's grandson. Old Tortoise kindly reminded. Mu Yu scratched his head. Seeing Old Tortoise being so serious, he realized that he shouldn't use animals to scold people in the future. Cut the crap. I won't allow a human to join us. Humans are too weak and selfish. When the time comes, we won't even know if they run away and betray us. Long Xingyun looked at Mu Yu provocatively. Mu Yu didn't want to waste time and directly walked out. He couldn't be bothered with the demons. He didn't plan to rely on them in the first place. But Long Xingyun suddenly stopped him and said arrogantly, "Did I say you could leave?" Scram. Mu Yu said calmly. Tell me the whereabouts of Sand Eagle Demon King and swear never to appear in front of Xiao Shui again. Then I'll let you go. Long Xingyun narrowed his eyes and said. Long Xingyun had always liked Xiao Shui, but Xiao Shui had always been indifferent to him. Especially after returning from the second heaven, she missed Mu Yu even more. Usually, the White Ape Demon King liked to tease Xiao Shui and Mu Yu. Although the White Ape Demon King was always rude to Mu Yu, Long Xingyun knew that because Mu Yu had saved the White Ape Demon King, the White Ape Demon King still acknowledged Mu Yu in his heart. As the little prince of the shifters, he couldn't get the girl he liked or the White Ape Demon King's approval. He was so frustrated that he wanted to find trouble with Mu Yu for a long time. What if I don't agree? Mu Yu frowned. This is my territory. You don't have a choice. Long Xingyun's 9 sky-separated soul stage aura suddenly spread out and poured onto Mu Yu, trying to force Mu Yu to obey. However, Mu Yu was unmoved. Long Xingyun's pressure didn't affect him at all. He looked at Long Xingyun indifferently and then glanced at the other shifters around. He found that other than Boss Lu and Old Turtle, the other shifters were looking at him with ridicule. Old Turtle said, Xingyun, don't be rude. He is the savior of the White Ape Demon King. Since we owe him, we can't treat him rudely. Long Xingyun showed a fake smile and said, Old Turtle, I'm thinking for the shifters. You two don't belong to the third heaven, so it's better if you don't interfere with my business. Although the White Ape Demon King told everyone to listen to Boss Lu and Old Turtle before he left, how could the arrogant Long Xingyun care about these two people? You. Old Turtle said angrily. However, Boss Lu stopped Old Turtle and shook his head silently. Long Xingyun's status in the shifters was very noble. They weren't shifters in the first place, so no matter how high their seniority was, they couldn't compare to a little prince. Besides, this was Long Xingyun's private matter. Offending him wouldn't do them any good. What? You dare to be arrogant when the White Ape Demon King isn't here? Or is it because you have the support of these people? Mu Yu showed a playful smile. He wasn't afraid of trouble. Although trouble often came to him, he was the best at solving it. Chapter 595. The Green Dragon Monster King had many children and grandchildren. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, so he had countless descendants. However, his descendants weren't immortal, nor were they pure dragons. So, in order to obtain pure dragons, he had to keep reproducing. There were very few dragons in this world. In order to pass down his family's legacy, the Green Dragon Monster King mated with other types of monsters, but none of his descendants were able to inherit the dragon's body. Long Xingyun's father was a flood dragon, and his mother was a spirit-gathering python. He had the body of a dragon python, but his true dragon bloodline was as high as 90%. He was very close to a true dragon. In addition, he was very talented in cultivation, so he was very favored by the Green Dragon Monster King. He was usually a tyrant among the monsters, and no one dared to go against his will. Other than Xiao Shui, he looked down on the other humans. Even when he accidentally lost to Shimon Wuji, he thought it was because he was careless. If they really fought, he didn't think he would lose to any human youth. However, because Mu Yu had saved the White Ape Demon King and had an unclear relationship with the demon race's little princess, Xiao Shui, Mu Yu's reputation among the demon race was very resounding. Mu Yu didn't know this, but Long Xingyun was very unhappy. Especially since the White Ape Monster King often compared Mu Yu to the other monsters, so Long Xingyun was looking for a chance to prove himself. Mu Yu had always been sitting at home, waiting for the pot to fall on his head. He did not know that Long Xingyun had all kinds of emotions when he attacked him, but he knew that he did not like being threatened. The moment Long Xingyun attacked, he disappeared and appeared behind Long Xingyun. His hand was wrapped in spiritual energy as he slashed down on Long Xingyun's back. Bang! Long Xingyun reacted quickly. When he sensed Mu Yu's disappearance, illusory dragon scales appeared on his back. He faced Mu Yu's palm and put some distance between him and Mu Yu. So fast. Long Xingyun was surprised. Mu Yu was only at the 7th level of the Split Soul Realm, while Long Xingyun was at the 9th level of the Split Soul Realm. However, their first fight seemed to be on par. Neither of them had the upper hand. Mu Yu was also very surprised. The dragon scales that appeared on Long Xingyun's body were very strong. They were harder than Mu Yu expected. It was strange that his attack could not break through the dragon scales. But in front of me, it's useless no matter how fast you are, Long Xingyun yelled. His two thick arms were suddenly covered with layers of dark dragon scales. His hands turned into dragon claws that glowed with black light. His two dragon claws clashed with each other, creating sparks. They were like indestructible black iron. They even created ripples in the air as if they were going to tear the void apart. Long Xingyun had already closed in. His two dragon claws were powerful and domineering. They left after images in the air as they attacked Mu Yu's vitals. Every attack was fatal. Mu Yu's body would probably be torn apart by those terrifying dragon claws. 8 trigrams appeared under Mu Yu's feet. Countless ripples appeared in the air around him. Then, he fearlessly faced Long Xingyun head-on. When faced with those terrifying dragon claws, Mu Yu directly pulled out the shadow clone sword from the ripples in the air. Violent sword chi shot out. The sword shadow glowed with a cold light and slashed at the dragon claws. Ding! The pair of dragon claws were extremely tough, comparable to a divine weapon. Mu Yu's surging sword energy was caught in his hands, and he actually tore it apart with brute force. Long Xingyun was not afraid of Mu Yu's sword chi at all. Those dragon claws had increased his strength by several levels. Long Xingyun's talent was not just for show. He was also in the 9th level of the divinity branching stage. Human self-cultivators might not be able to do anything to his dragon claws. They might even be torn apart by him. He did have the right to be proud. However, Mu Yu did not use his full strength. He was just testing Long Xingyun's strength. The destruction of the sword chi did not mean anything. Long Xingyun's speed was not slower than Mu Yu's. Even if Mu Yu could use the Big Dipper constellation formation to escape in time, Long Xingyun would still catch up with him. The dragon claws were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to tear Mu Yu in half. The two figures intertwined in Old Turtle's shell, creating a series of afterimages. Luckily, Old Turtle's shell was very strong and he was in the form synthesis stage. Therefore, the fight between Long Xingyun and Mu Yu did not leave any marks on his shell. The tortoise shell had a hidden mechanism. It looked like a dilapidated house from the outside, but it was very spacious on the inside. Especially when Long Xingyun and Mu Yu were fighting, the tortoise shell suddenly became dozens of meters tall. They had moved everything away, leaving only an empty space for the two of them to use their skills. At this moment, Long Xingyun realized that his dragon claws were powerful, but they could not take down Mu Yu. His face darkened. His aura suddenly surged. Then, his body emitted a dazzling black light. He gathered all the spiritual energy in his body on his arm. Then, a majestic aura blasted toward Mu Yu. However, a cold light flashed in Mu Yu's eyes. The black and white chi vanished in an instant. The runes of the formation surged once more. Mu Yu's hands formed a complicated seal. Next, ripples appeared in front of him. His entire person actually became somewhat illusory. Long Xingyun's terrifying attack was in front of Mu Yu in the blink of an eye. It was getting closer and closer to Mu Yu. This time, Mu Yu did not choose to dodge. He just watched calmly as Long Xingyun swung his powerful attack at him. The nearby demons could clearly see that Mu Yu had been locked down by Long Xingyun's attack. There was no way for him to escape. They could even see the scene of Mu Yu being hit by the claw and being torn apart. However, Long Xingyun's attack kept getting closer to Mu Yu. It was just a little bit off. The closer it got, the more it could not hit Mu Yu's body. It was so close, but it was like there was a chasm between them that could not be crossed. The formation was so close, yet worlds apart. It could change the distance around the user. It could wrap the enemy's attack in a very small area in front of the user. It looked like it was within reach, but it could not be touched. Relying on this powerful formation, Mu Yu gradually weakened Long Xingyun's overbearing attack until it was completely obliterated. Then, he jumped and kicked. It went through the formation and landed on Long Xingyun's chest, sending him flying. All the demons were shocked. In their opinion, Long Xingyun, who was at the 9th heaven of spirit severing stage, was much stronger than Mu Yu in terms of cultivation and aura. However, Mu Yu managed to send Long Xingyun flying with a nimble formation. Long Xingyun quickly stabilized his body in the air. His face was very dark. He did not expect that his Shorekill attack would not work in front of Mu Yu. Especially when he was kicked away by Mu Yu in front of so many demons. He felt that his dignity had been insulted. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so good." Long Xingyun's face was as cold as ice. His body trembled. His shirt suddenly fell apart, revealing his muscular chest. "What the F***CK, if you want to fight, just fight. Why are you taking off your clothes when you don't like it?" Little Handsome scolded. However, Long Xingyun suddenly shot up into the sky. His body straightened. Then, all the bones and joints in his body began to move as if they were being melted and reforged. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a majestic black dragon. His powerful dragon aura instantly invaded the entire tortoise shell. A sacred and majestic aura enveloped everyone. Strictly speaking, this was not a black dragon. It was a dragon python. Although it had the body of a dragon, its head was that of a ferocious python. Other than the two small horns on its head, its entire head was that of a python. In addition, there were 4 dragon claws under its abdomen. It did not look like a fish out of water. After Long Xingyun transformed into his true form, all the demons were intimidated by his aura even though it was not a real dragon. They all took a few steps back and looked at him in awe. Dragons were a very powerful existence. They were the faith of the demons. The Green Dragon Demon King was the leader of the 10 Demon Kings. His Majesty could make all the demons tremble from the bottom of their hearts. As the descendant of the Green Dragon Demon King, Long Xingyun's noble true dragon bloodline had reached 90%. No one dared to look at him directly. Long Xingyun opened his bloody mouth. A black dragon's breath shot out from his mouth. It rushed toward Mu Yu with the sound of wind and thunder. Long Xingyun's dragon's breath had reached the level of a combination realm attack. It was as fast as lightning. It tore through the void and arrived above Mu Yu's head in an instant. Mu Yu knew that so close, yet worlds apart, could not block such a terrifying dragon's breath. His feet flashed and he teleported away. However, Long Xingyun had already locked onto Mu Yu's aura. As soon as Mu Yu appeared, the dragon's breath followed him like a shadow. Mu Yu seemed to be toying with Long Xingyun. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. The 5th style of the 9-traction heavenly sword, falling dragons roar to the sky. Materialization. Illusory. Solid. Mu Yu grasped the air and pulled out the shadow clone sword. It instantly turned into thousands of sword shadows. All the sword shadows gathered in the air and turned into an azure dragon made of sword chi. It roared into the sky. The huge dragon head of the sword shadow swallowed Long Xingyun's black dragon's breath. The biting cold sword chi instantly destroyed the dragon's breath. Mu Yu's dragon-shaped sword shadow did not disappear. Instead, it circled around Mu Yu. It was also emitting a domineering dragon's aura. What? A dragon made of sword intent? All the demons were shocked by Mu Yu's domineering sword chi. They did not expect Mu Yu to use his sword intent to create a majestic azure dragon. This was clearly a challenge to Long Xingyun. One had to know that Long Xingyun was not a dragon at all. However, Mu Yu's sword intent had turned into a dragon of the Array faction. Long Xingyun's eyes were about to spit fire. He had always been proud of his 90% true dragon bloodline. However, his only regret was that he did not have a complete dragon head. Now, Mu Yu had used his sword intent to create a dragon to fight him. This was a blatant insult to him. "Looks like you're not a purebred dragon," Mu Yu chuckled. He just wanted to provoke this guy. He did not want him to think that he was superior because he was the descendant of the Azure Dragon Demon King. Chapter 596. Long Xingyun roared and opened his mouth wide. A violent breath came out of his mouth again. 5 real dragon shadows appeared in the breath. They intertwined with each other and rushed towards Mu Yu with an unstoppable force. These 5 dragon phantoms were real dragons, and their auras were quite overbearing. Even Mu Yu didn't dare to underestimate the aura that swept over. Although Long Xingyun was defeated by Shimon Shaochai's lullaby in the past, that was because Long Xingyun was still inexperienced. This was his true strength. However, Mu Yu's sword will controlled his azure dragon directly. Powerful and overbearing sword qi shot out in all directions, instantly crushing the 5 dragon breaths. However, the dragon formed by his sword mind was also turned into nothing. Long Xingyun's breath was indeed powerful. Mu Yu did not have the upper hand. Big earthworm, this guy seems to be an earthworm like you, Little Handsome said. Long Ting also looked at Long Xingyun's snake-headed dragon body and said in disdain, he is nothing, he is a roundworm. His claws are not as hard as mine. Are you serious? You are a piece of wood. Don't let him tear you apart with his claws. Little Handsome laughed. His force is not pure at all. It is not as pure as mine. How dare he say he is a dragon? F***ck. I can't take it anymore. Long Ting said angrily. That was the truth. At least Mu Yu was sure of it. Long Xingyun also had a powerful dragon aura. However, this dragon aura was not as strong as Long Ting's aura. Big earthworm, I still think you look better. At least you are a complete dragon. He is just a worm. Little Handsome gave a very honest evaluation. Aren't you talking nonsense? Long Ting humphed arrogantly. Mu Yu also did not like Long Xingyun's hybrid body. It was awkward no matter how he looked at it. Hey, Long Xingyun, you don't even look like a dragon. Why are you so proud of your identity? What's the use of flaunting your power? Mu Yu asked with a smile. Long Xingyun yelled arrogantly, ignorant human, there is only one true dragon in this world, and I am the closest being to my grandpa's true dragon body. I have 90% of my grandfather's true dragon bloodline. Sooner or later, I will successfully transform into a true dragon. Wait, are you saying that your grandfather is the only true dragon in this world? Mu Yu was surprised. He had always thought that there would be many perfect dragons among the Green Dragon Monster King's descendants. However, according to Long Xingyun, it seemed that all of the Green Dragon Monster King's descendants were the amalgamation of dragons and other monsters. Dragons are supreme existences. My grandfather said that I have the highest chance of becoming the second true dragon. I will definitely inherit my grandfather's will and become the second true dragon. Long Xingyun shook his dragon body and then his head. Clearly, he was very satisfied with his dragon body. Mu Yu suddenly found it funny. Your grandfather was wrong. He is not the only true dragon in this world. You can't be the second true dragon. How dare you question the Green Dragon Monster King? A tiger-shaped monster shouted angrily. Long Xingyun laughed mockingly. Those who have a perfect dragon body are immortal beings. Do you think a true dragon's body is so easy to see? You are so narrow-minded and ignorant. Are all humans like you? Are you mocking yourself for being narrow-minded? I am the one who has seen the second true dragon. Mu Yu gently shook his left arm. Dragon Vine was currently wrapping around his left arm, yawning and bickering with Little Handsome. You have seen the second true dragon? Haha. What a joke. Long Xingyun laughed as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He was not the only one. The other monsters also laughed mockingly. Mu Yu's words sounded like nonsense to them. All the monsters knew that there was only one true dragon in this world, and that was the Green Dragon Monster King. You demon clansmen are really ill-informed. Don't you know that I used to ride a dragon everywhere? Mu Yu looked at the monsters with a smile, especially Long Xingyun. This guy really thought that he was great just because he had a dragon body. That ugly python head hanging on the dragon body was so out of place. Mu Yu wanted to chop off his head and put a python body on it. That way, he would look better. Long Xingyun and the others did not know what had happened to Mu Yu in the past. Even though Mu Yu had been running around on Dragon Vine when she had wreaked havoc on floating Immortal Island, the demon race had not come out back then, so they had never heard of this. Moreover, the 3 continents were so big. With their arrogant personalities, Why would they care about Mu Yu when he was only in the Jindan period? There should be a limit to your bragging. Long Xingyun glared at him coldly. The surrounding spiritual qi gathered around him, and the surging dragon breath formed in his body again. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Mu Yu, let me teach him a lesson. I will let him know what the real divine dragon's breath is. The dragon vine usually curled up and slept. With Mu Yu's help, it hid its aura very well. Normally, no one would notice its existence. However, when it saw Long Xingyun's strange dragon body, it felt that its dignity as a dragon had been destroyed by Long Xingyun. Its self-esteem was also provoked. How dare a python call itself a true dragon? How could the dragon vine live? Sure. However, you are only in the out-of-body stage now. You will have to use my wind-wind heart-linking formation. Mu Yu took a step back, and the 8 trigrams formation appeared under his feet. At the same time, the shadow clone sword in his hand released a powerful sword will. A dragon-shaped sword chi roared as it shot out from the sword. How dare you use the same move again? Long Xingyun was furious when he saw Mu Yu's new sword chi. He was not afraid of Mu Yu's sword chi, but he was just annoyed by Mu Yu's dragon-shaped sword will. That was because his sword chi was a real dragon. Although it was illusory, it was deliberately provoking him. However, at that moment, a purer and more domineering dragon aura suddenly descended upon everyone. Everyone's expression changed. They all looked at Long Xingyun, thinking that Long Xingyun's aura had changed. However, Long Xingyun's expression changed as well. That purer dragon aura did not come from him. Ignorant shifters, do you really think you are so great? Long Teng roared. It turned into a flash of green light and shot out from Mu Yu's hand. Instantly, its body became enormous and swallowed up Mu Yu's sword chi. The entire dragon's aura became even more powerful and terrifying. This is... Boss Lu could not help but exclaim. Dragon, dragon. It's the aura of a real dragon. Old Tortoise was also shocked. All the shifters were stunned. The dragon aura on Long Ting might not have any special effect on self-cultivators, but it was extraordinary for shifters and shifters. The noble aura that came from the soul made the shifters tremble in fear and awe. Long Ting hovered around Mu Yu. Looking at the dumbfounded Long Xingyun, it said coldly, Son of a B****, do you think you are the closest to a real dragon? Which part of you is close to me? You wretch. Long Xingyun did not come to his senses for a long time. Even though he had 90% real dragon blood, he was still stunned by Long Ting's aura, because the dragon aura on Long Ting was 100% real dragon, which was many times more noble than a hybrid like him. Impossible, you must be faking it. How can you have my grandfather's real body? Long Xingyun looked at Long Ting in disbelief, his face full of shock. Long Ting had a majestic dragon head and dragon body, and 4 strong dragon claws. His dragon aura was especially authentic. Even Long Xingyun himself could not find anything fake when he asked. Big Earthworm, I didn't know you could use your aura to scare these shifters. Little Shuai was a little surprised. Although they had dealt with the shifters before, Long Ting had never once attacked them. He did not expect to scare all the shifters with a casual jump today. It was unbelievable. Mu Yu was also a little surprised. He never knew that Long Teng's aura was so useful. Usually, Long Teng was the laziest existence. Other than sleeping, it would bicker with Little Shuai. Then, with Mu Yu's permission, Long Teng would absorb some of Mu Yu's elemental spiritual energy to cultivate. Long Teng was a plant, so it liked Mu Yu's spiritual energy very much. Other than Mu Yu, Long Teng did not like any other human, nor did it like any other shifters. It was very arrogant, so arrogant that it looked down on all living things, thinking that all living things were inferior to it. The only one that Long Teng approved of was Mu Yu. Perhaps Little Shuai was also included, because Little Shuai was not afraid of Long Teng, and even liked to laugh at Long Teng. Long Teng could not do anything to Little Shuai. After all, Little Shuai was also a muddle-headed but very powerful being. How can you be called a dragon with your filthy appearance? You're insulting me. Long Teng looked at Long Xingyun with disdain. Boss Lu's eyes flashed. He suddenly shouted, "Your Long Ting? The Long Ting that turned into a dragon." "What? The Long Ting that turned into a dragon?" Long Xingyun's expression changed drastically. "What's wrong with the Long Ting that turned into a dragon? Do you have a problem with that?" Long Ting coldly glanced at Boss Lu and swung its tail. Boss Lu and Old Tortoise walked over in fear and trepidation. Suddenly, they knelt down in front of Long Ting. Their actions once again shocked all the shifters. Even Mu Yu was puzzled. Why would these two old fogies suddenly bow to Long Ting? Boss Lu and Old Tortoise looked at each other and said respectfully, "No, no. Honorable Lord True Dragon, you've misunderstood. We don't dare to have a problem with that. This is normal because Green Dragon Ancestor's true form is also Long Teng." This time, it was Mu Yu and Long Teng's turn to be shocked. They never thought that Green Dragon Monster King was the same as Long Teng. Chapter 597. Hey! Is that old Monster King the same as me? Dragon Vine asked in confusion. When Long Ting said Old Undying Demon King, all the demon clansmen gulped. Green Dragon Monster King was the supreme existence of the monster race. No one dared to challenge his authority. If any human dared to say that, they would have charged over and fought with their lives. But it was Dragon Vine who said it. That was a different story. We don't dare to talk nonsense about this. Many Monster Kings don't know about Green Dragon Monster King's true form. Only those close to him know. Of course, we also know a little about it from a few thousand years ago. Boss Lu quickly said. The lifespan of the demon tribe was also limited. They could only live for about 200 years. However, Boss Deer and Old Turtle had their demon souls extracted by a secret method of the demon tribe. They had been guarding the demon island of the second heaven. Recently, the White Ape Demon King had used a secret method to forcibly find a suitable body to resurrect them. Dragon Vine needs 10,000 years to become a dragon. Does that mean Green Dragon Monster King has lived for tens of thousands of years? Mu Yu touched Dragon Vine's scales. He usually didn't care about Dragon Vine. Who would have thought that he would be accompanied by an existence that shared the same origin as Green Dragon Monster King? He had always treated Dragon Vine as a plant with its own consciousness. However, Mu Yu thought of something else. Xiao Shui had seen Dragon Vine before. She grew up in the monster race and should know that Green Dragon Monster King's true form was Dragon Vine. However, Xiao Shui had never told Mu Yu about this. Suddenly, Long Xingyun roared and a terrifying aura attacked Dragon Vine. "You can't be a real dragon. You're a fake Dragon Vine." Long Xingyun roared. "Stop!" Boss Lu and Old Turtle stood up and shouted. However, Long Xingyun didn't intend to stop. Just as Boss Lu and Old Turtle were about to stop him, Dragon Vine behind him roared. An even more sacred aura met Long Xingyun's attack. His body carried a sharp sword chi and a green breath shot out. The dragon breath split into 9 in the air. 9 powerful sword shadows intertwined with each other and clashed with Dragon Starfall. Long Xingyun's attack was naturally far stronger than Long Teng's, but Mu Yu's sword aura instantly buffed Long Teng. Long Teng's aura instantly overshadowed Long Xingyun's. The 9 sword shadows destroyed Long Xingyun's attack like breaking a twig, sending Long Xingyun flying and crashing into the wall. "A bastard like you dares to say that I'm an imposter?" The Dragon Vine looked at Long Xingyun arrogantly. It was disdainful of Long Xingyun's serpent head. Its entire body was like an irresistible heavenly sword, fierce and domineering. Long Xingyun was knocked into the wall, but he wasn't seriously injured. When he stood up and was about to kill Long Ting again, Boss Lu and Old Tortoise released their powers and suppressed Long Xingyun, preventing him from attacking again. "You two old things, how dare you attack me? Are you tired of living?" Long Xingyun said angrily. Boss Lu said seriously, "Xingyun, we respect you because you're the grandson of Patriarch Green Dragon. That's why we're giving you enough respect. But the master behind me is as powerful as Patriarch Green Dragon. You're not allowed to hurt him. I'm the grandson of Monster King Green Dragon. How dare you help an outsider against me?" Are you trying to rebel? Long Xingyun said, gritting his teeth. Boss Lu and Old Tortoise's expressions changed. Rebelling was a taboo crime in the Monster Clan. It was tantamount to challenging the authority of the Monster Kings. Neither of them could bear the consequences. Old Tortoise said in a low voice, "We don't dare to rebel. But we respect the true dragon god. We only follow the master who has the bloodline of the true dragon. We swear to protect the true dragon with our lives. That's the mission of all monster clans. How dare you? I'm the one who has the bloodline of the true dragon." Long Xingyun was furious. Although you're the grandson of Patriarch Green Dragon, your bloodline isn't pure. But this master is a real true dragon. We have to ensure his safety. Boss Lu's voice was firm. Mu Yu didn't expect that Long Ting's appearance would make these two old fogies stand on their side. That was something new. But looking at Long Xingyun's angry face, Mu Yu felt relieved. Mu Yu didn't understand how monster clans thought, but that didn't stop him from attacking Long Xingyun's confidence. Long Teng, a lazy dragon, was more important than Long Xingyun in the eyes of the monster clans. That was a slap to Long Xingyun's face. Long Xingyun's face was red. He glared at Long Teng, wishing he could cut Long Teng into pieces. As the grandson of Monster King Green Dragon, he couldn't compare to a foreign dragon. What a humiliation. Oh, so you all respect me that much. Looks like you're not that annoying after all. Long Ting shook his body and said lazily, "Master True Dragon, you must be joking." Boss Lu said awkwardly, "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with a python. Let's go." Mu Yu patted Long Teng's body. Long Teng's body shrunk rapidly and circled around Mu Yu's shoulder. "Master, please wait." Old Tortoise hurried over to stop Mu Yu. "Master, we need to protect you until you return to the Monster Clan safely, just in case." "Are you crazy? He's not even a monster clansman. Are you two old things trying to rebel?" Long Xingyun scolded. Ancestor Green Dragon has been looking for another true dragon that's qualified to inherit his legacy. Now that we've found one for him, we have to bring him to Ancestor Green Dragon, Boss Lu said. "My grandfather said that I'm the most qualified monster clansman to inherit his legacy." Long Xingyun said angrily. Ancestor Green Dragon also said that you'll only be qualified to inherit his legacy after you've completely transformed into a true dragon. He also said that anyone who becomes a complete true dragon will be qualified to inherit his legacy, Boss Lu said without hesitation. Long Teng blinked. Why did it feel like it was involved in some messy legacy? However, it was used to being lazy and did not like the Green Dragon Monster King, whom it had never met before. It said in a low voice, "I'm not interested. Mu Yu, let's leave this place quickly. Seeing something that's neither a dragon nor a snake, it hurts my eyes." Mu Yu chuckled. "Boss Lu and Old Tortoise, did you hear that? Long Teng doesn't like this place. Since you don't welcome us, we'll meet again." Mu Yu walked around the two of them and walked out. "Master." Boss Lu was anxious. He hurriedly followed and said, "Master True Dragon, you can't leave. Mu Yu, my friend, I know we were wrong in the past, but I hope you can help us talk some sense into Master True Dragon. As long as Master True Dragon returns to the Monster Clan with us, Ancestor Green Dragon will definitely treat Mu Yu well." "I can't do that. I don't care where Long Teng wants to go." Mu Yu shrugged indifferently. As for whether Long Teng was qualified to become a Monster King, it was not a big deal to him. Did he not think that he had seen enough Demon Kings? "I don't want to go to a strange place and see a bunch of half-dragons and half-worms," Long Teng said. Inheriting Green Dragon Monster King's legacy was a big deal for many monster clansmen, but Long Teng was not interested. Because Long Teng liked Mu Yu's with spiritual power. It was a very noble species, which naturally meant that it was very intelligent. It knew what was best for it. Boss Lu and Old Turtle were so anxious that they almost went crazy. They whispered to each other for a while, then stopped talking. Suddenly, they silently followed behind Mu Yu. Mu Yu took 2 steps forward and found that she was entangled by the 2 old antiques. She immediately rolled her eyes and said, "Are you two done yet? Why are you following me? We have to ensure Master True Dragon's safety, Boss Lu said seriously. Safety your ass. It's been with me for so many years and it's always been alive and kicking. Don't tell me it's going to die now. It's your business if you don't want to. It's our duty to protect Master True Dragon, Old Turtle said righteously. Mu Yu was at his wit's end. These two old antiques were at the form synthesis stage. How could he get rid of them? Big Earthworm, it's all your fault. Now we have 2 more followers, Xiao Shui said unhappily. Long Ting also felt a little annoyed. She asked, Hey, will you two listen to my orders? Master True Dragon, please tell us what you want to say. Boss Lu said respectfully. Don't follow us. Long Ting said directly. Yes, Master, Boss Lu answered. Mu Yu turned and disappeared into the darkness. But after 2 steps, he found that Boss Lu and Old Turtle were following him again. Didn't I tell you not to follow us? Mu Yu asked helplessly. We are going to the same place as you. Boss Lu did not feel embarrassed at all. When he said this, he said it as if it were true. Fine. He could not get rid of these 2 dogskin plasters. But at this moment, Xiao Shui, who was patrolling outside, saw them and quickly followed them. What's wrong? Why did you come out? Xiao Shui asked curiously. She did not know what had happened after she left. Xiao Shui, you came at the right time. Mu Yu told Xiao Shui about Long Ting. Xiao Shui slightly frowned and said, Mu Yu, don't leave first. Xing Yun was wrong, but there is one thing I need to tell you clearly. Xiao Shui then turned to Boss Lu and Old Turtle and said, Old Lu, Old Turtle, you two go back first. Don't worry, I will look after them and not let them leave. But Old Lu did not agree. Grandpa Azure Dragon trusts me the most. Have you forgotten? I won't do anything that will disappoint him, Xiao Shui said solemnly. Boss Lu and Old Turtle glanced at Xiao Shui, then turned and returned to the turtle shell. Xiao Shui brought Mu Yu to the beach. The bright moonlight shone on the beach, and the waves gently caressed the beach. A mist appeared beside Xiao Shui and enveloped Mu Yu, isolating him from others. Xiao Shui, did you know about Long Ting long ago? Mu Yu asked. Xiao Shui looked at Long Ting on Mu Yu's shoulder and nodded. I know about Long Ting. But I did not say anything because once someone discovers Long Ting's existence, not only Long Ting, but also you will be in danger. Chapter 598. The sea breeze blew gently, fluttering their clothes. Mu Yu sat comfortably on the reef, looking at the distant sea under the moonlight, and a salty smell hit his face. Actually, when I saw the dragon vine, I knew this would be troublesome. You don't know the current situation of the demons, so I don't want you to get involved. Xiao Shui sat beside Mu Yu and stroked Little Handsome's tail. It's fine. I don't want to get involved. Mu Yu had a lot of trouble and didn't want to cause any more trouble. Xiao Shui blamed herself. I forgot to remind you. You can't show the dragon vine to the demons. The true dragon bloodline in the dragon vine is very precious. It can make all demons tremble, but it doesn't mean all demons will submit to it. The internal situation of the demons is very complicated. Forming factions is very serious, and the existence of the dragon vine is a variable. Ever since the demons were defeated by the humans thousands of years ago, they couldn't recover. They couldn't nurture any outstanding demons to revitalize the demon race. The demons were all demons with intelligence that transformed into human form. Their situation was actually the same as the humans. The relationship between demons and demons was like the relationship between mortals and cultivators. While cultivators had different sects and clans, the demons also had their own differences. Among them, the Azure Dragon naturally stood at the top and ruled over thousands of demons. However, the war between the humans and demons had caused many types of demons to go extinct. Those who survived were the old, weak, sick, and disabled. The talented demons had disappeared and couldn't support the entire demon race. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Demon King decided to use his bloodline to make the demons stronger. Like the dragon vine, the Azure Dragon Demon King was very arrogant. He didn't care about other races. At that time, the Azure Dragon Demon King was the only true dragon in the world. Therefore, he had always been alone and disdained to mate with other races. However, for the continuation of the demon race, the Azure Dragon Demon King gave up his dignity and had many descendants with other demons. Because of the Azure Dragon Demon King's noble bloodline, many of his descendants also had dragon characteristics and became stronger than ordinary demons. All demons were proud of having the noble true dragon bloodline. The purer the true dragon bloodline, the more the Azure Dragon Monster King would value it. The 10 Archfiend Kings each had their own way of governing, but because the Archfiend Kings had been sealed away by the human race, only the Azure Dragon dynasty was left. The Azure Dragon Monster King was already old. He wanted to find a leader who could truly lead the monster race to glory, while he retreated behind the scenes. The Azure Dragon Demon King was a prideful existence, so he was very strict in selecting his successor. After several thousand years, the monarch had countless descendants, but none of them were perfect. This was one of his regrets. He had said that the monster clansman with 100% true dragon bloodline would be able to become the emperor of the Azure Dragon dynasty and lead it. There were too many descendants of the dragon, so naturally, there would be a struggle for power. Everyone stared at the throne of the Azure Dragon dynasty, but no one met the requirements. There were too few Yarrow clansmen who had 100% true dragon bloodline. Now, the monster race had split into dozens of factions. 4 of them were the strongest. They were the Jade Dragon of the Northern Abyss, the Black Tiger Dragon of the Hidden Forest, the Purple Lightning-Winged Dragon, and the Demon Dragon Python. Long Xingyun's father was the Jade Dragon of the Northern Abyss. He had 80% true dragon bloodline, but Long Xingyun had 90% true dragon bloodline. He was infinitely close to a true dragon. That was why he was valued by many Yarrow clansmen. As long as he could successfully transform into a python head and become a true dragon with 100% true dragon bloodline, he could inherit the Azure Dragon Monster King's legacy and become the emperor of the Azure Dragon dynasty. However, the other 3 factions also had close to 90% true dragon bloodline descendants. They were just a bit weaker than Long Xingyun. That was why the monster race had never stopped fighting. If a dragon vine with 100% true dragon bloodline appeared now, it was obvious who the emperor of the Azure Dragon dynasty would belong to. Then why don't we go to the monster race and become the emperor? Little Shuai was very interested in this. It heard that the emperor didn't have to worry about food or clothing. The main point was that they didn't have to worry about food. Qiao Shui shook her head. With Dragon Vine's strength, he won't be able to become the emperor. I know that he will definitely be recognized by Grandpa Azure Dragon, but he won't be recognized by the other Yarrow clansmen. After all, Dragon Vine is an outsider. He didn't grow up in the monster race. Once he enters the monster race, I can tell you without any exaggeration that he will lose his life in less than a month. Mu Yu was shocked. They still dare to do it with the Azure Dragon Monster King's support? Grandpa Azure Dragon can't always be by his side. The Yarrow clansmen are very cruel. It's too easy for them to kill Dragon Vine without anyone knowing. Even if Grandpa Azure Dragon wants to pursue the matter, it's useless. Once Dragon Vine is dead, the position of emperor will still be empty. The 4 factions of Yarrow clansmen restrict each other. They don't want anyone to break this balance. Qiao Shui explained. Because Mu Yu was only in the out-of-body stage at that time, and Dragon Vine wasn't very strong, Qiao Shui didn't say anything. She was worried that it would bring trouble to Mu Yu. Once the 4 Yarrow clansmen knew of Dragon Vine's existence, they would definitely think of ways to get rid of him. No wonder Long Xingyun wanted to kill Dragon Vine. So that's why. Mu Yu nodded. Long Xingyun had 90% true dragon bloodline. If he could successfully evolve to 100% true dragon bloodline, with his powerful father as his backer, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone playing tricks when he became the emperor of the Blue Dragon dynasty. However, Dragon Vine was different. He had no one to rely on. Mu Yu couldn't stay with him forever, so Dragon Vine didn't have long to live. So if I want to get rid of this trouble, do I have to go back and kill Long Xingyun? Mu Yu patted his head. Why did he always get into trouble? You know that's impossible, Xiao Shui said. First of all, I won't let you kill him. Second of all, he has a body integration stage flood dragon protecting him. You won't have a chance. Then Xiao Shui said worriedly, I shouldn't have left you alone tonight. After I found out about Dragon Vine, I happened to encounter Elder Dead Tree. I didn't want to add to your troubles, so I didn't say anything. I didn't expect that they would still discover Dragon Vine's existence. Then what should I do now? I can't just wait for them to kill me, right? Mu Yu lay on the reef and looked at the moon. He let out a sigh of relief. Another trouble had come to bother him for no reason. Xiao Shui didn't know how to deal with this. She had feelings for the Yarrow clansman, but Mu Yu was also her good friend. They were the same kind of people. She didn't know how to choose. Dragon Vine swung its tail and said, What's there to be afraid of? If one comes, we'll kill one. If two come, we'll kill both. Isn't it better to get rid of those imposters? Noble species despised imposters the most. You're quite open-minded. Mu Yu smiled and patted Dragon Vine's head. Dragon Vine's small body stood on his chest and its two dragon whiskers swayed. It was fearless. In fact, Mu Yu had thought about it. Even if he didn't expose himself tonight, the Yarrow clansman would hear about Dragon Vine sooner or later. The last time he was at Floating Immortal Island, it was because the Yarrow clansman hadn't chosen to come out. However, Mu Yu had already displayed Dragon Vine once in Clearwater City. This matter couldn't be hidden. Sooner or later, the Yarrow clansman would hear about it. Oh right, they said that the Green Dragon Demon King was also transformed from Dragon Vine. Is that true? Mu Yu asked curiously. He never knew that the Green Dragon Demon King, the leader of the 10 Great Demon Kings, was actually a plant. Xiao Shui nodded. Grandpa Green Dragon's original form is indeed Dragon Vine. However, his cultivation level is unfathomable. It's not something you can control, so don't even think about it. Mu Yu did have this thought in the beginning. Later, he remembered that the Green Dragon Demon King was an immortal existence like his master, Jianying Chenfeng. Even if he wasn't Jianying Chenfeng's match, he wasn't someone he could overthink. Therefore, he gave up on this thought. Mu Yu didn't really control Dragon Vine, but he knew that plants with consciousness would resist, especially existences like Dragon Vine. The Green Dragon Demon King had participated in the war with Yu Meng. He definitely wouldn't be controlled by Gomang, let alone Mu Yu. How long has the Green Dragon Demon King been alive? Mu Yu couldn't help but feel curious. Dragon Vine was originally a plant. It would only develop consciousness after 10,000 years. Since ancient times, many dragon vines couldn't grow to 10,000 years because they were too rare. Many people didn't know that the Green Dragon Demon King was originally a plant. Grandpa Green Dragon is immortal. He accidentally mentioned to me last time that it's too difficult to transform from a dragon vine into a true dragon. The heavenly Tao severely restricts the dragon vine race. A dragon vine can only transform into a true dragon every 10,000 years. If a second dragon vine wants to transform into a true dragon, it needs to germinate when the first dragon vine transforms. Then, after 10,000 years, it will become a second true dragon. If this condition isn't met, the other dragon vines won't be able to transform into a true dragon even if they live for 10,000 years. Only one dragon vine is allowed to transform into a true dragon within 10,000 years, Xiao Shui said. So the gap between the appearance of the two true dragons is exactly 10,000 years. That means the Green Dragon Demon King has lived for at least 10,000 years. Mu Yu was surprised. If the Green Dragon Demon King was the first true dragon, then the dragon vine in front of him just happened to germinate when the Green Dragon Demon King transformed into a true dragon. In the end, it was lucky enough to live for 10,000 years until it was captured by the cultivators on the eve of its transformation. Fortunately, the dragon vine met Mu Yu at that time. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by him to make life-prolonging pills. Then I'm really a miracle of life. No, since I have a brother in the same boat, and he's called Green Dragon, I should at least have a name. Dragon Vine doesn't sound good. The dragon vine tilted its head and said, I'm called Little Handsome. Why don't you be called Clown? Little Handsome said very enthusiastically. Bah! If you're called Little Handsome, then I'll be called Big Handsome from now on. Big Handsome is my name when I grow up. You're not allowed to use it. You'll never grow up with this size. Then I'll change my name to Big Handsome. You'll be Little Handsome. Bah! I'm not going to use a lousy name like Little Handsome. The two weirdos started bickering over a name again. Moo helplessly looked at the two clowns beside him. He thought that his life was really tiring. Not only did he have to find food for Little Handsome, this glutton, but he also had to help a loafer avoid being hunted by the demon race. It was really unreasonable. Chapter 599. Long Xingyun glared at Big Brother Lu and Old Tortoise. These two were actually White Ape Demon King's subordinates. They only obeyed White Ape Demon King's orders. Although Long Xingyun was the little prince of the monster clan, it was only because he had 90% true dragon bloodline in him. If he didn't become the emperor of the Azure Dragon dynasty, he wouldn't have the right to order the subordinates of the other demon kings around. Big Brother Lu and Old Tortoise smiled bitterly. They knew they had offended Long Xingyun, but they had no choice but to do so for the sake of the monster clan. The 10 demon kings were led by the Azure Dragon Demon King. Every monster clan member had the responsibility to be loyal to the Azure Dragon Demon King and protect the true dragon. Long Xingyun walked out with a middle-aged body integration stage monster clan member beside him. This monster clan member was called Long Yeli. His original form was a flood dragon. He was also a descendant of the dragon clan. However, he only had 30% true dragon bloodline in him and was not a direct descendant. He was the 132nd generation descendant of the Azure Dragon. His status was far lower than Long Xingyun, the 3rd generation descendant of the Azure Dragon. Therefore, he could only be Long Xingyun's bodyguard. This was very common in the monster clan today. The monster clan's society was different from that of the human clan. The Azure Dragon had always been trying to find a descendant of the true dragon. Therefore, the higher the true dragon bloodline, the higher the status of the monster clan member. There were even cases where a newborn child would be the grandfather of an old monster clan member. The hierarchy of the monster clan was very messy. Therefore, they usually didn't use seniority to determine status. Instead, they used bloodline and strength to determine status and status. In the Azure Dragon dynasty, any monster clan member without true dragon bloodline would be looked down upon. Uncle Yeli, a true dragon has appeared. What should we do now? Long Xingyun was much more senior than Long Yeli. However, Long Yeli had been protecting Long Xingyun since he was young. Therefore, Long Xingyun had always called him that. Young Master Xingyun, I've used a secret technique to inform the family head. He will make the decision. That brat is going the same way as us. He will definitely bring the dragon vine to the sacred island. As long as we think of a way to bypass the two old fogies under the White Ape Demon King, we will find another chance to capture that dragon. Long Yeli's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. Capture? Why didn't you just kill him? Long Xingyun said angrily. Long Yeli said mysteriously, Young master, have you forgotten? With your current situation, it will be difficult for you to achieve 100% bloodline. This is a true dragon with 100% bloodline. Do you understand what I mean? You're saying. Long Xingyun's eyes lit up as he sneered. It's good that young master understands. As long as we capture this true dragon, the position of emperor of the Azure Dragon dynasty will definitely belong to young master. Long Yeli said fanatically. There were currently 4 dragon clans in the Azure Dragon dynasty, and all of them coveted the throne. However, none of the dragons were able to successfully ascend the throne because none of them were able to cultivate a descendant with 100% true dragon bloodline. Long Xingyun was the closest to the bloodline of a true dragon. The other 3 dragons were also eyeing him. It was impossible for Long Xingyun to not have any life-saving abilities. Now that a true dragon had appeared, it would severely affect the status of the 4 dragon clans. The other three would definitely have the same idea as Long Xingyun when they heard the news. They would capture Long Ting alive, use a secret skill of the shifters to forcefully extract Long Ting's bloodline, and refine Long Ting's bloodline essence into their own body to become a true dragon. I've decided. I'll be called Sword Dragon from now on. After all, I can use Mu Yu's sword qi to unleash the powerful dragon Teng Roar. Long Ting said seriously. Cheap dragon? This. Let's change the name. Mu Yu said helplessly as he patted his head. Does it not sound good? How about Tyrannosaurus Rex? Isn't it domineering enough? Long Ting said excitedly. How tacky. But it suits your tacky temperament, big earthworm. Xiao Shui mocked. Tacky? How about Dragon Roar? Long Ting happily gave himself a name. In any case, no matter what name you give, in my eyes, it's still a big earthworm. Xiao Shui happily gnawed on a roasted goose leg. Xiao Shui looked at Mu Yu worriedly and asked, Do you have to go to the Demon Island with us? Mu Yu said with a green foxtail in his mouth, I want to go with you, not the other shifters. Xiao Shui blushed slightly and said, I mean, is there a reason why you have to go to the Demon Island? Mu Yu listened to the waves hitting the shore and sighed, in addition to destroying the plan of the Gate of Hell's people, I also need to repair my father's soul and fuse the hole in Mu Ling's body. He left out one more reason, and that was to kill the people of the Gate of Hell. In order to break the Nine Heavens demon sealing formation, he needed to use the power of slaughter to destroy the balance of the 5 elements in his body. Mu Yu did not want to kill the innocent, so he decided to kill the people of the Gate of Hell to accumulate the power of slaughter. With Mu Ling around, he did not need to worry about the people he killed creating soul power for the triple-layered palace. What he needed to care about was how to kill the people of the Gate of Hell and how many people he needed to kill to destroy the balance of the 5 elements in his body. Xiao Shui said, The people of the Gate of Hell seem to know the route to the Holy Island. I have always been curious how they know. This matter was a bit laughable. The 10 shifters each did their own thing and protected the secrets of their respective dynasties. In the end, after something happened, the other shifters could not find them at all. And Xiao Shui and the others needed the help of the people of the Gate of Hell to find the territory of Sea Demon King Yu Jiang. It sounded unbelievable. I know, they captured a cultivator called Red Dragon Duke. This person had been to the Demon Island of Sea Demon King before. Mu Yu said. Back then, Red Dragon Duke had reached the end of his lifespan and had no choice but to ask perfected Zhouhua for help. At that time, Gui Shenyu was also present. Gui Shenyu wanted to find this island, but because of the existence of immortal confining prison, the protectors of the Gate of Hell could not enter Mo Yun mountain range. Now that immortal confining prison had disappeared, they began to prepare for this plan. However, according to what Azura Gui had said back then, the people of Gaol's Gate should have already been to Ghost Island once. However, because they were not prepared enough, there were losses. This time, the Ghost Lord was personally taking action to prevent anything from going wrong. As for whether Red Dragon Duke was still alive or not, Mu Yu did not know. They are still recuperating in a nearby bay. They should be waiting for the opportunity to go out to sea. Since we can't fly to the island and can only take a boat, we can just follow behind them. Xiao Shui said. The sea and land were different. The seawater flowed in different directions in different seasons. Yu Jiang was the demon king of the sea. He understood the sea better than anyone else. He must have used a special ocean circulation to hide the exact location of his territory. Other than taking a boat at a specific time and using a special route, it was impossible to reach it at any other time. Mu Yu did not have a better idea. The two were silent for a while. Mu Yu said, Earlier, you said that the Gate of Hell set a trap for me. What is this about? Did you fight with the Gate of Hell at some point in time? They seemed to know that you were coming, so they used a woman from the Gate of Hell to attract you. Xiao Shui looked at Mu Yu with a strange gaze. That woman is called Gui Hongyu. Do you also have an ambiguous relationship with Gui Hongyu? They used Gui Hongyu to lure you out? What? Are you jealous? Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shui with a smile that was not a smile. Of course not. Why would I be jealous? Xiao Shui looked away and snorted. You obviously are. Look. Your face is red. Xiao Shui raised his little paw and interrupted. Little Mouse said that everyone likes girls with big breasts. Your breasts are bigger than Gui Hongyu's, so we all like you and not Gui Hongyu. Long Ting was a good and considerate child. What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Yu scolded. You don't like girls with big breasts? Long Ting asked curiously. The most important thing is the beauty of the heart, Mu Yu said in a serious tone. Oh. Then you don't like them. Long Ting suddenly realized. Who said I don't like them? It's none of your business whether I like them or not. Mu Yu scolded. Xiao Shui glared at the two little guys and asked, have you two decided on a name? Not yet. Little Mouse said that he wanted to name me Blue Eyes White Dragon, but I'm not white. I think Cheng Long is a good name. Long Ting turned around and continued to think of a name with Xiao Shui. Mu Yu ignored the two of them and explained, I planted a kind of wood on Gui Hongyu's body. I used it to follow her. Now, it should have been discovered by one of the ghost sect protectors. Then you should come with us. With me here, Long Xingyun won't dare to do anything to you. In addition, Elder Lu and Elder Gui will protect Long Ting. At least, Long Xingyun won't do anything to you on the way to the Devil Island. Qiao Shui suggested. Mu Yu did not intend to borrow the power of the devil race. He was used to being alone. However, considering that he didn't know the specific route of the Demon Island, he could only follow behind the Devil's Gate people. Since the demon race was doing the same thing as him, then he and the demon race were indeed going the same way, so there was nothing to refuse. Okay, but let me say this first. If Long Xingyun has any ill intentions, I will kill him. Although Mu Yu's cultivation was not as good as Long Xingyun's, he was a powerful formation master. With the chaotic yin and yang, he was also a Xiantian formation master without any shortcomings. He definitely had the strength to kill Long Xingyun. Qiao Shui nodded, I understand. If he dares to do anything to Long Ting who has the bloodline of the true dragon, then he is unforgivable. In the devil race, the higher the bloodline of the true dragon, the higher the status. Although Qiao Shui was not strictly a devil race member, she had a high status because of her special ability. She was familiar with the rules of the devil race. Chapter 600. Mu Yu and Qiao Shui did not return to the turtle shell. Instead, they lay on the reef and counted the stars in the sky. From time to time, they would reject the random names that Long Ting gave them. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the two of them had endless things to talk about. It was supposed to be a heartwarming scene, but there would always be someone who would spoil the mood and act as a third party. When Boss Lu and Old Tortoise saw that Mu Yu and Qiao Shui had not returned, they anxiously ran out to look for them. When they saw that Qiao Shui and Mu Yu were lying down and sitting down, they were relieved and did not leave. Are the two of you bored? Are you going to watch me do something embarrassing with Qiao Shui? Mu Yu said impatiently. Qiao Shui kicked Mu Yu and blushed. We can close our eyes, Boss Lu and Old Tortoise said seriously. Big Earthworm, hurry up and play with those two. They'll buy you candy, Xiao Shui said. What about you? Long Ting asked. I want to see Big Sister Qiao Shui and Mu Yu do something embarrassing, Xiao Shui said expectantly. Mu Yu directly kicked him away. In short, this originally beautiful night was mixed with a hint of awkwardness after the two pieces of dog skin plasters were added to the harmonious atmosphere. Mu Yu was not unfamiliar with these two fellows. After all, he had dealt with them for a few months when he was in the second heaven. However, they kept staring at Long Ting, as if they were afraid that Long Ting would melt or something. This made Long Ting feel uncomfortable. These two fellows were also body integration stage monsters, so Mu Yu could not do anything to them. Soon, the sky brightened. At this moment, Qiao Shui suddenly said, the people from the Gate of Hell are moving. The people from the Gate of Hell were at a bay about 10 li away from here. They didn't dare to get too close as they were worried that they would be discovered by the people from the Gate of Hell. Qiao Shui's control over the seawater was her forte. Mu Yu sat up and asked, are they preparing to go out to sea? Qiao Shui nodded. Just like when Mu Yu was in the forest, where the trees within a certain range were his eyes, the sea within 10 li was also Qiao Shue's eyes. She could observe every movement of the people in the gate of hell. I didn't dare to control the water too obviously, or they would notice it. However, they've already boarded a ship and set off, Qiao Shui said. After a brief pause, she deliberately added, Gui Hongyu is also among them. She's fine. Mu Yu touched his forehead and spread out his hands. I don't care if Gui Hongyu is here or not, okay? Just now, Gui Hongyu's godward aura had disappeared. Obviously, the protector of the gate of hell had destroyed it. Gui Yeming's cultivation is unfathomable. Without ancestor White Ape, we're not his opponent. We must be careful. Old Turtle, go tell the others to get ready. We're going to board a ship, Boss Lu said. If they wanted to go to the island, they couldn't fly. They had to take a ship. Gui Yeming? The Gate of Hell's Ghost Lord is Gui Yeming? Mu Yu didn't know this person's name. Yes, this person's cultivation is very strong. I'm afraid we're not necessarily his opponent, so we must be careful, Boss Lu said cautiously. Mu Yu nodded. Azura said that Gui Yeming was going to the island for a secret. What secret was it that Gui Yeming was going there personally? Long Xingyun and the others had packed up and came over. He stared at Dragon Vine, who was coiled on Mu Yu's shoulder. Mu Yu looked back at him coldly. Long Xingyun suddenly revealed a vicious smile, then glanced at somewhere else. Everyone sit on my shell. Be careful at all times. Ancestor White Ape is not here. If we're discovered by Gui Yeming, we'll be in trouble, Old Turtle said seriously, then threw his shell into the sea. As soon as the shell touched the water, it suddenly became more than 10 meters long. The center of the shell was slightly sunken, making it easier for everyone to sit. Everyone stood on top of the turtle shell without hesitation. Then, Old Tortoise also stood on top of it. Then, he controlled the turtle shell and set off. It had to be said that Old Tortoise's shell was indeed very stable. Walking on it was like walking on flat ground, without a trace of bumps. Although the seasick White Ape Demon King did not come on board, Old Tortoise still made the journey very steady. The sea was different from the land. Even some of the demons couldn't stand the sea's climate. So for the smooth sailing, most of the demons were familiar with the water. But most of the demons in the Azure Dragon dynasty were terrestrial demons with spiritual wisdom, and they were all descendants of the Azure Dragon. At this moment, they had more or less the bloodline of the true dragon. So even if they were familiar with the water, they didn't dare to say that they could do whatever they wanted in the sea. There were 6 demons in the spirit severing stage. One of them was Long Xingyun, the other 3 were the Dragon Carp brothers, one was a dragon turtle, one was a female demon, and the last one was a hippopotamus. The hippopotamus didn't have the bloodline of the true dragon, but strength was a symbol of identity and status among the demons. So no one looked down on him. Among the fusion stage demons, in addition to Long Yeli, Boss Lu, and Old Turtle, there was also a crocodile dragon. Boss Lu and Old Turtle had the highest cultivation, followed by the crocodile dragon. Boss Lu and Old Turtle were used to life in the sea, so sailing was no big deal for them. Strictly speaking, the rest of the demons didn't live in the sea. They just knew how to swim. Qiao Shui sat in the front. She had to keep an eye on the people in the Gate of Hell. In order not to be discovered by the people in the Gate of Hell, she couldn't get too close. She kept a distance of about 10 miles. Mu Yu also sat with her. The two of them enjoyed the sea breeze together and chatted from time to time. Long Xingyun was watching them from behind. Qiao Shui is mine. Long Xingyun was infuriated. His hatred for Mu Yu had reached its peak. Long Xingyun was especially jealous when he saw Long Teng's perfect body of a true dragon. Except for his head, his entire body was very close to that of a true dragon. However, Long Teng was a complete true dragon. You arrogant dragon, let's see how long you can jump around. Long Xingyun was furious. In order to become a true dragon and become the emperor of the Azure Dragon dynasty, he had been working hard. He had even done many unspeakable things. Therefore, Long Teng had become a thorn in his side. It was not the first time he had devoured bloodlines to improve himself. In the Azure Dragon dynasty, the competition between the dragon clans was very cruel. It was very difficult to become a true dragon by relying on one's own bloodline. Because they were hybrids, no matter how pure their bloodline was, they would still have the characteristics of other yarrow beasts. It was impossible to avoid this. Therefore, devouring bloodlines became a shortcut for the dragon clan. This method was strictly forbidden by the Azure Dragon Monster King. However, the dragon clan leaders disobeyed. In order to let their descendants have a strong true dragon bloodline, they secretly looked for weak yarrow beasts with very pure bloodlines. They forcefully took the true dragon bloodline from their bodies and merged it with their own. However, merging bloodlines was not easy. It was very risky, and the success rate was less than 10%. Although they all had the true dragon bloodline, it was still mixed with the bloodline of other yarrow beasts. These bloodlines could easily reject one's own bloodline. If they failed, their own bloodline would be destroyed and they would lose their lives. Long Xingyun was not born with 90% true dragon bloodline. He originally only had 80%. He had only managed to reach 90% by devouring the bloodline of 2 other yarrow beasts. The second time, he had almost lost his life. Therefore, he did not dare to devour again. However, he knew that devouring Long Teng's bloodline was not a problem at all. As long as he devoured Long Teng, he would definitely become a true dragon. However, Long Teng seemed to be provoking him. It wagged its tail in front of him. Long Xingyun was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Mu Yu had already sensed Long Xingyun's hostility. However, he did not ask Long Teng to restrain himself. After all, Long Teng's identity had been exposed. There was no need to hide. A true dragon was indeed a true dragon. If a true dragon had to be afraid of a true dragon, then it would be inexcusable. Boss Lu and Old Turtle were on this ship. Long Xingyun did not dare to do anything. He was not stupid enough to attack Long Teng openly. Some things had to be done in secret. Wait, they stopped. Qiao Shui suddenly said. Stopped. Old Turtle quickly stopped the ship and looked at Qiao Shui in confusion. At this moment, only Qiao Shui knew what the people from the Gate of Hell were doing. No one else could see it. Therefore, they could only listen to her. I don't know why they stopped. They seemed to be measuring the direction of the sea breeze. Qiao Shui said. The direction of the sea breeze? How did they measure it? Qiao Shui, describe it to me. Old Turtle was most familiar with the sea. However, he could not see the situation of the people from the Gate of Hell. Therefore, he could not determine what the people from the Gate of Hell were doing. However, one of their missions was to determine the specific route to the island. Therefore, they had to figure out the movements of the people from the Gate of Hell. Next time, they could go alone. They used a rope with 5 blood-red things floating on the sea. I don't know what they are. Then, they took out a wind chime and a lantern shrouded in black fog. At least, I think it is a lantern. They are looking at the sun through the lantern. It seems like they are measuring the position of the sun. However, I don't know what they are doing with the lantern. Qiao Shui explained for a long time. However, she could not explain it clearly because the actions of the people from the Gate of Hell were very strange. Qiao Shui described it several times and added all kinds of details, but no one understood. Old Turtle could only be anxious. If only I could see the movements of the people from the Gate of Hell. Old Turtle said helplessly. Chapter 601. The sea breeze blew against a huge turtle ship as it drifted on the sea. Little Shui was currently playing happily with the 2 water god demons, Ying Yu. These 2 beautiful and powerful creatures could only live in places with water, so they chose to follow Qiao Shui. Now that they were in the sea, they were naturally even happier. They kept flying in the water, splashing the water from time to time. Xiao Shui, who was proficient in all kinds of demon beast languages, was an old acquaintance of the 2 demon fish. He rode on the back of one of the demon fish and helped to splash the water to make it fly. The others weren't as leisurely and elegant as the 3 of them. In order to track the whereabouts of the people from the Gate of Hell, understand the movements of the people from the Gate of Hell, and figure out the route to the Demon Island, the old turtle could be said to have put in a lot of effort. However, the sea was Xiao Shue's eyes, not the eyes of others. Xiao Shue explained for a long time but still couldn't fully convey her meaning to the old turtle. This wasn't because Xiao Shue's ability to express herself was poor, but because she wasn't familiar with the situation of the sea. The people from the Gate of Hell seemed to be measuring the direction of the water flow, and the direction of the sea breeze. Xiao Shui wasn't familiar with these and could only describe them once. But when they were all crowded together, it seemed messy. They stopped on a reef, and one of the people from the Gate of Hell was standing on the reef with a lantern in his hand. There seemed to be a soul inside the lantern. They turned the lantern in all 4 directions, as if using the soul to sense the position of the sacred island. After all, the sacred island is full of souls. Maybe this is some kind of spell of the people from the Gate of Hell. Xiao Shui guessed. The old turtle was dumbfounded. This kind of abstract description couldn't record the exact route. Mu Yu had already summoned the array pattern in her hand, and she began to draw mysterious lines of spirit power that surrounded her body. The tyrannical formation pattern quickly blended into the water, and the simple inscriptions gently rippled in the water. "What are you doing?" The old turtle looked at Mu Yu's movements in puzzlement. "Don't you want to see what the other party is doing? Let me help you." Mu Yu smiled. Because the ship had suddenly stopped, every demon came over to ask about the situation. Dragon Vine was slapping the water surface with its tail. It was bored to death. It didn't want to participate in Xiao Shui's game. Long Xingyun looked at Long Teng maliciously. Then, he heard Mu Yu's words. He sneered and mocked, "Are you dreaming? Don't tell me you want to see for yourself what the people at the Gate of Hell are doing. Don't get yourself killed when the time comes." Mu Yu glanced at Long Xingyun indifferently. "If you're ugly, you should read more books. Don't judge others with your narrow-minded eyes. Have you forgotten how you lost to Shimen Wujie? You haven't even made a move yet, and you're already down with just a flute. Why don't you learn your lesson?" He cheated. When Long Xingyun thought of this matter, he became even more furious. If the 2 of them had fought and lost, it wouldn't have been a big deal. However, Shimen Wujie had simply played the flute and defeated him. This was truly a disgrace. "He's really good. You're the one who's ignorant. So, I suggest you go back and read more books." Mu Yu never thought that Shimen Wujie's flute playing was a small trick. After all, he was playing the flute openly in front of his opponent. It was not as simple as stealing. "You!" Long Xingyun was furious. He wanted to attack, but Long Yeli put his hand on Long Xingyun's shoulder and shook his head. Long Xingyun snorted. He knew that now was not the time to attack, especially when Boss Lu and Elder Turtle were watching his every move. In addition, the other demons who came with him this time were not on his side. The 3 Dragon Carp brothers belonged to the Hidden Forest Black Tiger Dragon faction. Dragon Turtle belonged to the Purple Lightning Winged Dragon faction. Hippopotamus belonged to the Demonic Dragon Python faction. As for the combination stage Crocodile Dragon, although its background and strength were not as strong as the 4 dragon tribes, it was not to be underestimated. These demon clansmen would not watch as he monopolized the Dragon Vine. Dragon Turtle glanced at Long Xingyun, then looked back at Mu Yu. He quickly asked, "Do you have any way to see what the people in the Gate of Hell are doing?" The inscriptions in Mu Yu's hand had all merged into the water. The surface of the water rippled, setting off the inscriptions. It looked very mysterious. "Xiao Shui, you know what I mean, right?" Mu Yu handed the shadow clone sword to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui was startled. She suddenly understood what Mu Yu was going to do. Mu Ling was hidden in the shadow clone sword. When Mu Ling came into contact with the water spirit, Mu Yu's wood controlling ability would undergo some special changes. He even temporarily gained a part of Xiao Shui's ability to control the surrounding water. Xiao Shui nodded. The water spirit on her waist floated out and wrapped around Mu Yu's shadow clone sword. She blushed slightly. This way, she would be able to communicate with Mu Yu. At this moment, The two of them would be able to read each other's thoughts. Xiao Shui, don't be shy. This isn't the first time we've done this. Mu Yu said casually. Xiao Shui glared at Mu Yu. Hurry up and use your spell formation. The two of us are a match made in heaven, aren't we? Mu Yu smiled. Then, he felt that something was wrong. He only wanted to say that the fusion of wood and water was a perfect match. However, the words that came out of his mouth changed. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Shui pushed Mu Yu. Long Xingyun watched as Mu Yu and Xiao Shui played around intimately. He was about to explode from anger. Xiao Shui was the person he liked. However, she had an unclear relationship with Mu Yu. Needless to say, he was furious. Mu Yu borrowed Xiao Shui's power to control the seawater. The seawater wrapped around the 9 mysterious inscriptions on the surface of the water. A portion of the seawater gradually turned into the inscriptions and floated up from the bottom of the water. Under Mu Yu's control, the inscriptions formed by the seawater turned into green and blue rays of light. The 9 innate array foundations emitted spiritual energy and merged with the spiritual energy array patterns that Mu Yu had already inscribed. The 9 inscriptions sank into the bottom of the sea under the guidance of the array foundations. Then, they quickly surged toward the people from the gate of hell. The mirage array formation was a very practical array technique. It could project the scene from one place to another. During the war between the array faction and the talisman faction, this array technique was used to deceive the people from the talisman faction. It was also said that Master Lu had used this array technique to earn a huge sum of money back in Clearwater City. The 9 inscriptions moved quickly in the depths of the sea. In the blink of an eye, they had already surrounded the boat of the people from the gate of hell. However, Mu Yu didn't dare to let the inscriptions get too close. With Gui Yeming's ability, he would definitely discover the existence of the array patterns. Soon, ripples of array patterns appeared on the turtle shell that Mu Yu was sitting cross-legged on. It turned into the appearance of the people from the gate of hell. Because Mu Yu didn't dare to get too close, the array formation projected by the mirage array formation wasn't very clear. It was as if he was looking at it from 50 meters away. However, this was enough. At the very least, everyone could see what the people from the gate of hell were doing. I've long heard that there are powerful array masters among the cultivators. They're really amazing. Crocodile Dragon exclaimed. Although Crocodile Dragon's original body was a crocodile, he didn't look as ferocious as expected after transforming into a human. Instead, he looked like a middle-aged man with a hint of elegance. Mu Yu didn't see any demonic beast characteristics on him. Long Xingyun's expression was very ugly. Just now, he was still questioning Mu Yu. In the end, he was slapped in the face with his actions. That's great. This way, we'll be able to monitor the actions of the people from the gate of hell in real time. Old Turtle was overjoyed when he saw the array patterns displayed by Mu Yu. At this moment, the people from the gate of hell were still standing beside a reef. There was a person from the gate of hell standing on the reef. Mu Yu recognized him. It was the person who wanted to capture Mu Yu, Gui Han. Just as Xiao Shui said, Gui Han was holding a lantern in his hand. Actually, it wasn't really a lantern. It was more like a birdcage formed by ghost chi. At this moment, there was a soul trembling in the cage. Mu Yu's pupils shrunk. This soul was actually Duke Red Dragon. Xiao Shui didn't know Duke Red Dragon, so she thought it was a ghost art used by the people from the Gate of Hell. But in fact, the people from the Gate of Hell captured Duke Red Dragon and killed him. They kept his soul and let Duke Red Dragon lead the way. Until now, the only person who knew how to go to the Demon Island was Duke Red Dragon. The people from the Gate of Hell should have used Duke Red Dragon to go there before. But at that time, the people from the Gate of Hell seemed to have met with some accident, causing heavy losses. Only a portion of them managed to escape. Because the route to the Demon Island was not fixed and could only be determined by the direction of the sea, even if they had been there before, the people from the Gate of Hell were not familiar with it. Thus, Duke Red Dragon was still leading the way. That person is Duke Red Dragon, he knows how to go to the Demon Island. Mu Yu looked at Duke Red Dragon, who was locked in a cage, and felt some sympathy for him. Duke Red Dragon had always been very unlucky. At first, he had a grudge with his wife and had his penis cut off. Later, in order to survive, he knelt in front of Perfected Johua, who was supposed to be his disciple. But Perfected Johua deceived him. The life prolongation pill did not let Duke Red Dragon live for long. Now, he fell into the hands of the people from the Gate of Hell and was killed and locked in a cage to be used as a tour guide. The ship that the people from the Gate of Hell were on was quite big. There were a total of 36 people from the Gate of Hell. 15 of them were out-of-body stage, 12 were Fenshin stage, and 8 were body fusion stage. As for the shadow shrouded in black fog, needless to say, it was the Gate of Hell's guardian, Gui Yi Ming. Gui Yi Ming's aura was very powerful, far surpassing everyone present. Clearly, these demons could not deal with him. Other than that, Mu Yu also saw 9 crying babies in the cabin. They were mortal children. Bastard. The people from the Gate of Hell won't even let off children? Mu Yu cursed in a low voice. Chapter 602. The people from the Gate of Hell waited for an hour before the wind started to blow. At this moment, Duke Red Dragon seemed to have pointed in a direction and the people from the Gate of Hell started to move again. Old Turtle also controlled his turtle shell to move forward carefully while Mu Yu's inscription quietly moved with the people from the Gate of Hell as the center. Just like that, the people from the Ghost Sect and the Demon Clan walked and stopped on the surface of the sea, seemingly drifting aimlessly for 3 days. This boring journey even made everyone doubt their lives. They were surrounded by an endless sea. Seawater was everywhere, making it impossible to see the end. No matter how high one's cultivation was, they would still feel insignificant in the sea. On the 4th day, the waves began to surge violently. They seemed to have entered a turbulent sea. At this time, dark clouds started to float in the sky and covered the sun. The whole sky was very gloomy. The sea wind blew fiercely as if it wanted to sweep people away. However, this little bit of sea wind couldn't do anything to the people on the ship. Everyone was just a little uncomfortable from the oppressive atmosphere. At this time, the people from the Gate of Hell had been waiting for almost a day without moving. What are they waiting for? Are they lost? Long Ting couldn't help but mutter. The others also didn't know what they were waiting for. While waiting, the people from the Gate of Hell had been quietly cultivating. They were very self-disciplined and didn't even whisper to each other. Gui Hongyu had been taking care of the 9 crying babies. These children were not as fearless as the cultivators. The oldest baby was less than 2 years old and the rest looked like they had just been born and hadn't been weaned. The people from the Gate of Hell definitely needed the 9 babies alive to use some kind of ghost technique, so they wouldn't let the babies die. However, the people from the Gate of Hell didn't know how to take care of children. Only Gui Hongyu was busy. She jumped into the sea and caught a dolphin from the bottom of the sea. Using a strange method, she made the dolphin float in the air and fed the 9 babies one by one. This scene was very strange. Gui Hongyu is quite good, right? Qiao Shui said. Yes, at least the 9 babies aren't. Mu Yu casually answered. Then, he felt that Qiao Shui was mocking him again, so he quickly said, "You know, the people from the Gate of Hell do everything for evil purposes. These 9 babies are only alive because they are still useful. If we don't save them, they will eventually die under the ghost technique of the people from the Gate of Hell. You don't need to explain anything to me, I know what you're thinking." Qiao Shui waved the water spirit in her hand. Mu Yu helplessly shrugged. But Long Xingyun said, "I don't care how the people from the Gate of Hell want to treat the 9 babies. If the lives of the 9 babies can help us find the location of the Holy Island, then even 90 human children's to die is worth it." Mu Yu looked at Long Xingyun coldly and said, "That's what animals think too." "What? How dare you compare me to a lowly animal?" Long Xingyun angrily said. He was a noble descendant of the Dragon Clan. Even though he was a demon with intelligence, he still looked down on animals. "I'm not talking about you, because you're worse than an animal," Mu Yu said without hesitation. Long Xingyun was furious. He had accumulated a lot of anger over the past few days. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in anymore and slammed his palm toward Mu Yu. But Qiao Shui had already stood in front of Mu Yu and neutralized Long Xingyun's attack. She coldly said, "Xingyun, you must remember this. No matter what race a newborn baby is, it doesn't matter. We must save these 9 babies. No matter what the people from the Gate of Hell want to do, our goal is to foil their plans." Long Xingyun snorted. His eyes looked over Qiao Shui's shoulder and landed on Mu Yu. "You rely on a girl to protect you. Are all humans as cowardly as you? You're wrong. Qiao Shui is not protecting me. She's protecting you from being killed by me," Mu Yu said coldly. How arrogant. Long Xingyun's spiritual power was raging. Long Yeli also stood behind Long Xingyun. He was emitting the aura of a form synthesis stage cultivator. He was trying to intimidate Mu Yu with his aura. However, Long Ting jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder and roared at all the demons. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The voice of a true dragon was as deafening as thunder in their ears. Everyone could feel their souls trembling. "You little bastard," Long Ting said disdainfully. All the demons' expressions changed again. The only ones on the ship who weren't affected by the word bastard were Boss Lu, Elder Turtle, and the hippopotamus. They didn't have the bloodline of a true dragon, so it didn't matter if their bloodline was pure or not. "You're courting death." Long Xingyun squeezed the words out of his teeth. The word bastard had always been a taboo in the dragon clan. They all yearned for the bloodline of a true dragon. However, they were all mixed with the bloodline of other demons. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them bastards. However, no one dared to mention this word. Now, Long Teng's words were like stepping on Long Xingyun's tail. It was a great insult to his self-esteem. Mu Yu stroked Long Teng's tail. He didn't know what to say. Long Teng had always been arrogant. Ever since he saw Long Xingyun's half-dragon half-snake form, he felt that Long Xingyun's appearance was an insult to the great beings of the dragon clan. Therefore, he looked down on the other half-dragon demons. However, most of the demons in the Azure Dragon dynasty weren't pure dragons. Long Xingyun wasn't the only half-dragon present. Therefore, Long Teng's words were equivalent to scolding the entire Azure Dragon dynasty. "What? Your Lord True Dragon is teaching you half-dragons a lesson. Do you have a problem with that?" Mu Yu wasn't afraid of anything. Now that he was in trouble, he couldn't avoid it. Long Xingyun would attack him and Long Ting sooner or later. It didn't matter if Long Ting was rude. The Dragon Clan definitely wanted to kill Long Ting. Mu Yu didn't expect Long Ting to be let go of just because he said a few polite words. Long Yeli put his hand on Long Xingyun's shoulder, suppressing Long Xingyun's aura. They couldn't attack openly now. If he wanted to obtain the Dragon Vine's true dragon bloodline, he had to find an opportunity when there were no other members of the Dragon Clan present. Otherwise, if the Azure Dragon Monster King heard of this, he would not let him off easily, regardless of who his grandson or son was. In the eyes of the Azure Dragon Monster King, a true dragon was much stronger than his descendants. After all, dragons were quite arrogant. Back then, the Azure Dragon Monster King's purpose of mating with other monsters was to obtain a pure true dragon. He wouldn't take a fancy to a dragon with a monster's bloodline. Boss Lu said, "Stop arguing, guys. The people of the Gate of Hell are starting to move." The wild wind kept attacking this part of the sea. Huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea. The sea within a 100-mile radius was attacked by the huge waves. However, both the ship of the people of the Gate of Hell and Old Turtle's shell were as steady as Mount Tai in the wild wind and waves. They didn't move at all. The sea was getting bigger and bigger. There were even huge waves that were hundreds of meters high. When the waves hit, Mu Yu could control them and the waves automatically went around them. Because of the influence of the waves, the patterns were also affected. The images transmitted by the patterns started to become unstable. Mu Yu was surprised to find that the ship of the people of the Gate of Hell, which was as steady as Mount Tai, started to shake crazily on the sea. It was as if it would be overturned by the waves at any time. Huge amounts of seawater splashed on every person of the Gate of Hell. These people didn't even try to resist. They let the seawater pour on their bodies, on the ship, and even on the 9 babies. Something's wrong. Muyu came to a realization. The 9 babies had actually stopped crying and were sitting obediently in their cages. Even when the seawater poured on them, they didn't move at all. This was very abnormal. Muyu and Xiao Shui looked at each other. Because of Shui Ling and Mu Ling, the two of them understood what the other was thinking at this moment. Wait here for a moment. Without waiting for the others to ask, Muyu and Xiao Shui stepped on the waves and merged into the sea, rushing in the direction of the people of the Gate of Hell. In order to be safe, they didn't dare to get too close. They only watched the people of the Gate of Hell from afar. When another huge wave came crashing down, the ship of the people of the Gate of Hell was actually cut in half by the huge wave. All the broken ships and the people of the Gate of Hell turned into ghost chi and scattered into the huge waves, disappearing without a trace. It's fake. Muyu was shocked. They never thought that after waiting here for nearly a day, they would see a fake scene. The people of the Gate of Hell had already left at some point and were using ghost techniques to deceive them. What's going on? All the monster race people rushed over and were shocked when they saw the people of the Gate of Hell disappear. All that was left was the huge waves. They had no idea where the people of the Gate of Hell had gone. It seems that the people of the Gate of Hell had long discovered that we were following them. I didn't expect that they would be tricked. Muyu frowned. When they stopped in the morning, the people of the Gate of Hell were still moving. However, when the huge wave suddenly appeared, they disappeared. So many people, including Muyu himself, didn't know how the people of the Gate of Hell had escaped. That's strange. If the Devil's Gate found out that we were following them, with Gui Yeming's cultivation, they should have attacked us directly. Why would they use Devil's art to get rid of us? Boss Lu asked in confusion. Muyu was also thinking about this problem. Gui Yeming's cultivation was higher than all the monster race people. If he wanted to deal with them, it would be more than enough. There was no need for him to go through the trouble of using ghost techniques. Maybe it's because of Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui is in the sea. Her ability can guarantee our safety, Old Turtle guessed. All the monster race people knew that Xiao Shui had the ability to control water. Therefore, they weren't worried about this trip. If something happened, Xiao Shui could use the water to create a huge bubble to escape. After all, the sea was Xiao Shui's battlefield. Xiao Shui retracted her water spirit from Muyu's shadow clone sword. The water spirit turned into a blue sky and covered the sea. However, at this moment, her expression suddenly changed. Not good. There's something wrong with the water here. I can't control the water. Of course you can't control the water. A strange and sour voice sounded around the sea. Then, a black fog suddenly surged up from the surface of the sea. The black fog raised 100-meter-tall wave around the demons. It stayed in the air and surrounded all the demons in an instant. Chapter 603. Who would have thought that the people from the Gate of Hell were not trying to escape? Instead, they had secretly set up a trap for them. Xiao Shui's expression changed. Back when she was in the second layer of heaven, the people from the Gate of Hell's ghost arts had completely suppressed her and severely suppressed her ability to control water. Now that Gui Yeming had personally made a move, there was no need to think about the result. Everyone, be careful. Boss Lu and Old Turtle protected Muyu behind them. They wanted to protect the dragon vine on Muyu's shoulder. The water god demon Ying Yu also jumped out of the sea and disappeared into Xiao Shui's body. Xiao Shui also climbed onto Muyu's body and dragged the dragon vine into Muyu's clothes. You've been following me for so long. It's time for me to properly entertain you. Gui Yeming's terrifying aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. Everyone's expression was very unsightly. Gui Yeming was the guardian of the Gate of Hell. His cultivation had already reached great heights. Judging from his aura, his cultivation was clearly far beyond the form synthesis stage. As for the demon race, the highest cultivation was only at the form synthesis stage. Facing Gui Yeming's unfathomable cultivation, they had no ability to resist. At this moment, 100-meter tall wave came crashing down on everyone. It was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the sky was falling down. The entire sea shook violently, causing everyone's heart to be filled with fear. Old Turtle shouted. His turtle shell flashed and brought everyone into his turtle shell. Boom! The huge wave directly pressed down on the turtle shell. Old Turtle's face was extremely pale. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Gooey Yemming's strength was too terrifying. When such a huge wave came crashing down, it was as if 10,000 mountains were collapsing. The strength was so great that even Old Turtle, who was at the form synthesis stage, couldn't withstand it. Your turtle shell is quite hard. Gooey Yemming's eerie voice sounded again. Following that, everyone felt an unparalleled terrifying aura crashing down on them. The entire turtle shell was smashed open. Everyone couldn't stand still. This power was too fierce. Even if their cultivation wasn't low, they couldn't react in time. Crack! A crack had appeared on the top of the tortoise shell. Old Tortoise spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. His aura was connected to his shell. Now that his indestructible shell was destroyed, Old Tortoise was gravely injured. Even his back was riddled with ghastly wounds. Old Tortoise, are you all right? Boss Lou anxiously supported Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise, are you all right? Xiao Shui also rushed over. Mu Yu quickly took out a few healing elixirs and fed them to the Old Tortoise. These elixirs were originally meant for self-cultivators. He didn't know if they were suitable for the demon clan, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. I'm fine. Old Tortoise forcefully supported himself on Boss Lou's body. However, as soon as he finished his words, that terrifying force pressed down again, and a huge crack appeared on the tortoise shell. Old Tortoise could not hold on any longer and fell into Boss Lou's arms. Tortoise shell threw everyone out and became small again, merging with Old Tortoise. Everyone was swaying in the raging waves, trying to escape, but they were still surrounded by tall walls made of waves. In the water, someone shouted, and all the Demon Clan members reacted immediately. They were all Demon Clan members who were good at swimming, so they could escape by diving into the water in case of an emergency. Therefore, everyone dived into the water without hesitation. However, they had miscalculated. The seawater was now covered by a strange power, which directly bounced them away. The surface of the water was suffused with a monstrous ghostly aura. It was cold and domineering, causing all the demons to tremble. Mu Yu remembered that his Mu Ling was the nemesis of Ghost Qi. He wanted to use Mu Ling's Death Qi to neutralize the Ghost Qi in the water. Mu Ling dived into the water, but the force was too strong. Even Mu Ling would take a long time to neutralize it. Gooey Yemming would not give them any time at all. Boss Lou was carrying Old Tortoise, who was in a coma. He looked very anxious. However, he still managed to find Mu Yu in the chaos. Clearly, he was still worried about Dragonvine's safety. Mu Yu, protect Lord True Dragon. I'll lead the way. Boss Lou handed Old Tortoise to Xiao Shui and turned into a huge elk. This elk was 5 meters tall, and its appearance was not very outstanding. What shocked Mu Yu was the pair of antlers on Boss Lou's head. They were like intertwining branches, and they were almost 2 meters tall. It was like a tree without leaves, but only branches. Each antler was shining with a sharp light, like an indestructible magic weapon. Mu Yu was shocked to see Boss Lou's true form. When Boss Lou turned into a human, he only had 2 small antlers on his head. They were not this big at all. But now, his antlers were like heaven and earth. Boss Lou roared, and his whole body lit up with a brown light. All his spiritual energy gathered on his sharp antlers. Then, he turned into a brown shadow and rushed toward the huge waves. Dong! A terrifying power burst out from Boss Lou's antlers, instantly breaking a huge gap in the monstrous wave controlled by the Ghost Qi. Boss Lou's antlers burst out with a powerful demonic power, instantly holding the gap. Quick! Now is the time! Elder Lu roared. Everyone turned into streams of light and passed through the opening created by Boss Lou. They rushed out of the terrifying waves created by Gooey Yemming. Everyone rushed over, But at that moment, a pair of giant hands formed from ghostly chi appeared above Boss Lu's head, grabbing his huge antlers in an instant. Hindrance, I didn't expect you to have some skills. Gui Yeming snorted. Run. Boss Lu roared furiously. Then, he was caught by Gui Yeming, and the opening he created disappeared. Boss Lu was trapped in Gui Yeming's terrifying waves. Boss Lu. Xiao Shui shouted anxiously. She wanted to go back to save Boss Lu, but Mu Yu held her back. In front of Gui Yeming, whose cultivation was unfathomable, they couldn't save Boss Lu. But to everyone's surprise, there was a towering wall of waves that surrounded them. Do you really think you can escape from my 1,000-layered waves? Gui Yeming's eerie voice echoed through the sea. All the demonic beasts felt despair. The ghost chi and Gui Yeming's terrifying aura destroyed their hopes of escaping. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky like a sandbag and smashed into the sea. It was Boss Lu. Boss Lu's huge and sharp antlers had been broken. After smashing into the sea, he turned back into his human form. He was on the verge of death. Mu Yu quickly ran over to help him up. Boss Lu was seriously injured and unconscious. They didn't expect that they would lose two form synthesis stage demonic beasts in such a short time. Gui Yeming's strength was really terrifying. Unforgivable. Xiao Shui said with a trembling voice. Mu Yu pulled the water spirit from Xiao Shui's waist and fused it with Mu Ling. Just now, Mu Ling's strength was not enough to dispel the ghost chi. Xiao Shui couldn't control the sea because the sea water was contaminated by Gui Yeming's ghost chi. But the sea water was still water. As long as they could make Xiao Shui unafraid of the ghost chi, they could regain control of the sea water. The two of them connected their minds again and understood what they had to do. The fusion of the water spirit and wood spirit gave them a new understanding of the sea water and the ghost chi. They were shocked to find that with the help of Mu Ling's death chi, the two of them could sense the movement of the sea water. Water spirit's end. Black and white chi surged out of Mu Yu's body and instantly enveloped Mu Ling's body. Countless trees with black branches suddenly emerged from the sea water. The branches were covered with green leaves and there was a white line in the center of each leaf. The branches in the sea water shook violently and absorbed the ghost chi in the sea water. The sea water in front of them became clear again. Get in. Mu Yu grabbed Boss Lu and Old Tortoise. At the same time, a huge bubble formed in the sea water and enveloped everyone. Then, they dove into the sea water and quickly escape. Trying to escape. Gui Yeming didn't expect that the fusion of the water spirit and wood spirit would be able to break through his encirclement. However, his cultivation was already very high. A terrifying ghost claw instantly entered the sea water and grabbed at the escaping bubble. The ghost claw's speed instantly caught up with the bubble and slapped it down. Countless green leaves gushed out from outside the bubble. Every green leaf was enveloped by the seawater and surged toward the ghost chi. The countless green leaves were instantly destroyed by the powerful force. However, as they were destroyed, they also took away a trace of the ghost chi. The sky full of leaves covered the ghost claw. When the ghost chi destroyed a leaf, countless green leaves grew out immediately. However, at this moment, another terrifying ghost claw came. Mu Yu couldn't block it in time and the entire bubble was instantly torn. Everyone was submerged in the sea water and kept struggling at the bottom of the sea. Every Devil Clan member transformed into their true form. They were all Devil Clan members who were familiar with the water. Using their true forms, they were extremely fast in the sea water. Long Xingyun and Long Yeli hugged the big river horse tightly. Although they were dragons, they weren't good at swimming. They weren't as fast as the other Devil Clan members. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui were tightly connected by the water spirit. Mu Yu only had time to grab onto Boss Lu's body. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sea. The powerful suction force was even more terrifying than Gui Yeming's. Everyone couldn't dodge in time and was directly sucked in. If it wasn't for the time of the sea route, I would have killed all of you. Chapter 604. Seagulls were softly crying, waves were crashing on the shore, and the tides were rising and falling. Mu Yu's group was now on an island. The reef on the shore was strange and rugged, and lush trees could be vaguely seen on the island. Apart from that, there was only the vast sea around them. They didn't know where they were. There were many strange underwater whirlpools in the sea. Xiao Shui said that these whirlpools were caused by the continuous earthquakes at the bottom of the sea, causing huge cracks to appear on the seabed, causing the seawater to be sucked in. If Xiao Shui didn't spend her energy to pull everyone together at the last moment and escape with her ability to control water, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, they weren't very happy after surviving the calamity. On the contrary, a shadow shrouded everyone. First of all, one of the 3 dragon carp brothers was missing. The unconscious old turtle was originally under Xiao Shui's care, but it was hit by Gui Yeming's ghost claw. The old turtle was also swept away by the seawater. Mu Yu managed to grab hold of Boss Lu at the critical moment, but Boss Lu's aura was extremely weak. Gui Yeming had broken his antlers and severely injured him. Mu Yu had already checked his injuries. He had woken up, but he was still very weak. What should we do next? Should we continue to look for the sacred island or go back? Xiao Shui asked tiredly. Controlling a large amount of seawater had seriously overdrawn her ability. Her mental state was very bad at the moment. Let's not worry about that now. Let's recuperate first. Mu Yu sat under a palm tree on the shore, absorbing the vitality of the coconut tree to restore his physical strength. They didn't know where the island was now. The island was surrounded by the vast sea, and they couldn't see the end of it. They didn't know where the land was, so if they blindly flew in one direction, it was very likely that they would fly in the opposite direction. The island wasn't small, on the contrary, it was very big. There was a towering mountain in the center of the island, and there were also some small peaks rising and falling in the distance. As for the people from the Gate of Hell, they also lost track of them. If they didn't take a boat, they wouldn't be able to see the island even if it was in front of them. The Siren King's ability to control the sea ensured this. Among these people, Old Tortoise was the one who understood the sea the most. Now that he was missing, the possibility of the remaining people finding the demon island was very slim. The demon clansmen were more or less injured. None of them were in good spirits. Even though they were good at swimming, they had always lived in fresh water. They were not used to being in the sea just now. Among so many demon clansmen, only Long Xingyun and Long Yeli were calm and even a little excited. They kept glancing at Mu Yu with ill intentions. Dragon Vine was sleeping on Mu Yu's arm. Originally, with Boss Lu and Old Tortoise around, they would have to think twice before attacking Dragon Vine. Boss Lu and Old Tortoise were both demons from the ancient times. They were very powerful and did not belong to the Azure Dragon dynasty. They were very determined to protect the Dragon Vine, so Long Xingyun could not do anything to them. However, the ambush by the people from the Gate of Hell caught them off guard. Boss Lu and Old Tortoise had the highest cultivation. In order to give everyone a chance to escape, they got into an accident. Now that one was missing and the other was seriously injured, it was much easier for Long Xingyun to kill Dragon Vine. You guys take a rest here. Yi Wenmao, why don't you come with us to check out the situation on this isolated island? See if there are any dangerous sea demons around. Let's chase them away together. Long Xingyun looked at Crocodile Dragon. Crocodile Dragon's real name was Yi Wenmao, a demon clansman in the form synthesis stage. Now that Boss Lu and Old Tortoise were in trouble, Yi Wenmao and Long Yeli were obviously the ones with the most authority to speak in this group. Okay. Yi Wenmao nodded and followed Long Xingyun and Long Yeli to the depths of the island. Seabirds flew up from the forest deep in the island. Some of the sea demons could fly. They were affected by the aura of Long Xingyun and the other two and fled in panic. Mu Yu looked at Long Xingyun's back and snorted in his heart. He knew Long Xingyun's little tricks very well. The demon clan had sent a total of 4 combination realm demons. Now that they had lost 2 thorns in their side, Long Xingyun had to consider Yi Wenmao if he wanted to kill them. Yi Wenmao did not belong to the 4 powerful dragon clans. His true dragon bloodline was not very pure. But because of this, if Yi Wenmao wanted to protect the true dragon, he would also become a thorn in Long Xingyun's side. Needless to say, Long Xingyun asked Yi Wenmao out to have a showdown with Yi Wenmao. He would either rope Yi Wenmao in to kill Dragon Vine, or he would kill Yi Wenmao. Boss Lu looked at Long Xingyun's back and staggered to Mu Yu's side. He took a few deep breaths and said, Mu Yu, my friend, you and Xiao Shui should quickly take Lord True Dragon away from here. Otherwise, Lord True Dragon will be in danger. I can't protect you now. Boss Lu looked worriedly at Dragon Vine, who had drilled out of Mu Yu's arm. His eyes were full of awe and helplessness. Long Xingyun had a very high status in the demon clan. If Long Xingyun persuaded Yi Wenmao, Mu Yu would not be able to withstand the siege of two combination realm demons. Mu Yu smiled, if I'm going to leave, I'll take you with me. You've stopped Long Xingyun time and time again. He has long held a grudge against you. If Xiao Shui and I leave, I'm afraid you'll be killed by him. Boss Lu's chest heaved up and down. He shook his head, you don't have to worry about me. I died thousands of years ago. I'm just reincarnated in a body. I'm not really resurrected. As long as Lord True Dragon is safe and sound, I don't mind dying. Dragon Vine wagged her tail and asked in confusion, Old man, you're not from the Azure Dragon dynasty. Why are you so nice to me? You're a true dragon. A true dragon is the noblest existence in the demon clan. Every demon has the duty to protect a true dragon. Even among the 10 demon kings, the Azure Dragon Demon King is the most respected, Boss Lu said respectfully. Xiao Shui also came over. She glanced at the other demons who were healing in the distance. She was also aware of the current situation. She squatted down and patted Boss Lu's back, saying, Boss Lu, don't worry. I won't leave you behind. If Long Xingyun dares to do anything, he'll have to go through me first. As long as I'm here, he won't do anything. Xiao Shui had a very high status in the demon clan. She was highly regarded by the White Ape Demon King and the Azure Dragon Demon King. Although she was a human, Long Xingyun did not dare to do anything too blatant. Once Xiao Shui told the Azure Dragon Demon King that Long Xingyun had attacked Dragon Vine, Long Xingyun would not be able to bear the Azure Dragon Demon King's anger. Demon hearts are hard to guard against. Boss Lu knew that Long Xingyun would not dare to do anything in front of Xiao Shui. However, they had lost their way in the vast sea. Once Long Xingyun and Yi Wenmao formed an alliance, they would have plenty of opportunities to sneak past Xiao Shui and attack Dragon Vine. Black and white runes flashed across Mu Yu's eyes. He did not say anything. However, at this moment, the depths of the island suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, there was a rumbling sound, as if something violent was roaring. It was also as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Even the seawater became restless. What's going on? Xiao Shui looked toward the depths of the island in surprise. The sound came from the direction where Long Xingyun and the other two had left. Could it be that Long Yeli and Yi Wenmao are fighting? Mu Yu stood up. Boss Lu shook his head. It doesn't look like a fight between two cultivators in the form synthesis stage. It looks more like a volcanic eruption. A volcanic eruption? Mu Yu leaped into the air and looked at the towering mountain protruding from the island. The mountain peak was covered with white snow. At this moment, the sky was covered with a layer of grey air current. The hot air rushed toward them. Let's get out of here quickly. Mu Yu landed and helped Boss Lu up. The other members of the demon clan also gathered around. Dragon Turtle suddenly said, What about the 3 of them? We can't control them. They have the strength of the form synthesis stage. They can protect themselves, Mu Yu said. What if something happens to them? Dragon Turtle asked. If something can happen to a cultivator in the form synthesis stage, are we going to send them warmth? Mu Yu replied bluntly. He was not being heartless. What he said was the truth. Yi Wenmao and Long Yeli were both in the form synthesis stage. They would not get into trouble so easily. Even if something did happen, there was no need for them to go in. Let's leave this island first and wait for them outside, Xiao Shui said. This was the only thing they could do at the moment. Everyone rose into the air and flew toward the sea. At this moment, the surface of the sea suddenly boiled, like boiling water. Countless huge bubbles appeared, and then huge water pillars suddenly shot up into the sky. Countless water pillars surrounded the entire island, and they were actually hundreds of meters high. The most frightening thing was that the water columns were very hot. They were steaming hot. Even though they had the cultivation of the spirit severing stage, they could not stand this kind of heat. At this time, the sky was covered by grey clouds. These clouds were very pungent. There seemed to be a strange smell. The temperature was very high. This is flame poison. Don't fly into the sky. As soon as Mu Yu inhaled a little of the cloud, he immediately used his qi to expel it from his body. At the same time, his body quickly landed on the ground. What is flame poison? Qiao Shui asked. After inhaling a little of the cloud, everyone felt dry in their mouths and tongues. Their bodies were very uncomfortable. They had to use their qi to expel the inhaled smoke from their bodies. Flame poison is a very terrible poisonous gas in the cultivation world. It is usually found in volcanoes. It is a kind of precious ore. It absorbs the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and the hot air of volcanoes all year round, forming a poisonous gas. This poison will gradually erode our qi. Once there is too much sucking, even the cultivators in the form synthesis stage will be finished. Mu Yu said seriously. Not only that, this poison will also combine with the clouds of the volcano. It will be difficult for us to fly out by force, Mu Yu continued to add. The cultivators in the spirit severing stage could barely break the void. However, they had to appear after walking a short distance. They would still appear in the flame poison. Qiao Shui landed on the beach and controlled the water to form a huge bubble. The bubble was very hot. Qiao Shui directly let the bubble freeze. She wanted to take everyone away from the island. However, the surface of the water suddenly began to roll. At the same time, countless demon beasts jumped out of the sea. These demonic beasts were red all over and were as tall as 2 people. They looked like lions, but their backs were full of octopus-like tentacles. There were even abdominal wings where the tentacles were attached to each other. When they left the water, the tentacles that were bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws actually brought them up into the air. There were probably no less than 10,000 demon beasts. Chapter 605. Sea flame beasts were one of the overlords of the sea. They liked to travel in groups. They could swim in the water, glide in the sky, and run on land. They were the real top demonic beasts. These demonic beasts usually lived in the deep sea and would not choose to go ashore. However, they would lay their eggs in the hot volcanoes and let the magma hatch them. They were the demonic beasts that were not afraid of magma. Now, the sea flame beasts were rushing towards the volcano in the depths of the island. The hatchlings could not fly yet, so they could only be brought out by the eruption of the volcano. The sea flame beasts were going to welcome their offspring. Let's go! Qiao Shui shouted. All the demonic beasts ran towards the forest without hesitation. Mu Yu carried Boss Lu on his back and followed Qiao Shui quickly. After running for a while, they passed through the forest. In front of them was a huge canyon where they could see the smoking active volcano. The volcano had not erupted completely, so the demonic beasts had not come out yet. They did not dare to move forward because the canyon was full of sea flame beasts flying around. They could only stop at the edge of the forest. Hey, aren't you demonic beasts more advanced than the demonic beasts? Why are you afraid of the sea flame beasts? Don't you want to communicate with them? Mu Yu asked curiously. Only demonic beasts with spiritual intelligence can be considered demonic beasts. If they don't have spiritual intelligence, they only have primitive bestial instincts. It's difficult for them to communicate with us. They don't have high intelligence, but it doesn't mean they don't have powerful strength, Boss Lu explained. The difference between demonic beasts and demonic beasts was like the difference between cultivators and cultivators. The difference was that demonic beasts and demonic beasts did not have intelligence differences. Besides, even if demonic beasts did not have spiritual intelligence, some high-level demonic beasts were thousands of times more powerful than demonic beasts with low cultivation. Sea flame beasts are not to be trifled with. They are all level 6 demonic beasts, and their strength is similar to ours. In particular, they are very protective of their young. When the volcano erupts, their young will be ejected. Once they discover us, they will treat us as prey that is disadvantageous to their young. They will definitely gang up on us, said Xiao Shui. Tens of thousands of 6th-rank demonic beasts had surrounded the island. There was no way out. They could only wait for these sea flame beasts to finish picking up their babies. Then why don't I go out and roar a few times to scare them? They won't dare to violate my dignity, Dragon Tung said. That's enough. You can't scare a 6th-order demonic beast. At most, they'll be surprised for a while. Then, they'll rush over and take you away. Xiao Shui sneered. Back in the Moyun mountain range's 100,000 Great Mountains, Long Ting often encountered such situations. He had just displayed his dragon's might, and before he could even show off for 2 seconds, the other party had already rushed over to attack him. Mu Yu found a rock and placed Boss Lu on it for him to rest. At this moment, they had already entered the forest of the island. The ground was very moist, and the dead branches and leaves were mixed together. There were also some seabird corpses in the forest, and the rotten smell was everywhere. Strange. Where did those 3 guys run off to? Mu Yu carefully sensed the aura coming from the trees within a radius of 20 miles. However, he realized that Long Xingyun and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Didn't you find them? Xiao Shui asked. Mu Yu shook his head. Long Xingyun and Long Yeli were obviously there to win over Yi Wenmao, but now the 3 of them were nowhere to be found. This was quite strange. The ground was still shaking. This volcano was obviously not erupting on a large scale. At least, the magma that erupted had not spread here yet. When they looked up, they could see countless sea flame beasts flying around in the air, waiting for their cubs to be erupted. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. The volcano seemed to have just begun to erupt. Everyone could see the billowing smoke from the distance at the edge of the forest. The white snow at the crater had long been melted by the hot magma. Dark red sparks began to splash down the crater. In the magma, there were some small things jumping around as if they were surfing. They were the cubs of the sea flame beasts. The little sea flame beasts looked chubby, like meatballs. They were far less ferocious than when they grew up. The hot magma was like a toy to them. It had no effect on them at all. At this time, all the sea flame beasts began to dive toward the volcano, picked up their cubs, and then flapped their wings to fly away. The magma flowed very fast. It soon spread to the foot of the mountain and spread along the gully to the foot of the mountain. However, the amount of magma eruption was not much. It stopped erupting in less than a quarter of an hour. In this quarter of an hour, tens of thousands of little sea flame beasts were spewed out. Some were directly picked up by adult sea flame beasts. Many were washed to the foot of the mountain and began to run around restlessly. Sea flame beasts were the overlords of the sea. Perhaps because they were too powerful, their breeding conditions were very harsh. They could only breed in the crater of the volcano. Moreover, they would breed tens of thousands of cubs at one time. However, these cubs' survival ability in the sea was very weak. Only less than 1% of them survived. Therefore, the sea flame beasts were very protective of their cubs. The sea flame beasts were really worried about these little guys that were running around. From time to time, they would go and catch these palm-sized little guys in the crevices of the rocks. These little guys were running around happily. They were running around as if they were not afraid of anything. It seemed that they had not had enough fun and wanted to explore the forest. From the volcano to the forest where Mu Yu and the others were, there was a canyon between them. There were all kinds of demon beasts living in the canyon. Many giant pythons were eyeing the little sea flame beasts that were running around from the cliff. Obviously, the meaty sea flame beasts were a delicacy to many demon beasts. However, the powerful aura of the sea flame beasts in the sky scared away many of the demon beasts with bad intentions. These demon beasts could only wait for an opportunity to make a move. When those lively little sea flame beasts accidentally ran into their caves, they could not blame them. Mu Yu was looking at the little sea flame beasts running around from the edge of the forest. He found these little sea flame beasts to be quite interesting. They were very brave since they were young. Even if they were weak, when they saw the rock snakes, wolf rats, and other demon beasts squatting on the cliff, they would rush up curiously. A rank 5 giant python poked its head out of a cave on the cliff. It did not take the initiative to attack the little sea flame beasts. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and waited for them to come. Sure enough, a little sea flame beast soon saw the giant python. It did not realize that this was the giant python's hunting method. It actually went straight into the giant python's mouth. Why are these little guys so stupid? Mu Yu could not help but mutter. It's because they are weak and like to wander around when they are young. Therefore, the survival rate of the sea flame beasts is very low. This is also why the sea flame beasts would come in groups to take away the little ones when the volcano erupts. Otherwise, these little ones would not even know how they died, Xiao Shui explained. Roar. When a sea flame beast saw that the giant python had swallowed its little one, it immediately let out a sharp roar. Soon, many sea flame beasts were enraged. They all rushed towards the giant python. However, the giant python had already retracted its head and returned to its cave. A sea flame beast landed at the edge of the giant python's cave. The tentacles on its back directly reached into the cave and pulled the giant python out of the cave in a moment. The poor giant python did not even have time to digest its prey. In the blink of an eye, it was torn to shreds by countless tentacles. These guys are really fierce. Mu Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This kind of thing was definitely not something he wanted to provoke. These sea flame beasts that looked like lions and octopuses were really scary. Their silly little ones liked to run around. If they were eaten by some cunning demon beasts, it would be fine if they were not discovered. Once they were discovered, the sea flame beasts would madly seek revenge. Chirp! Chirp! At this moment, a palm-sized, fleshy little sea flame beast suddenly ran to Mu Yu's feet. It was staring at them curiously and chirping at them. Hello, hello? Mu Yu felt that although the little sea flame beast was a little stupid, it was still very cute. However, Xiao Shui and the rest's expressions changed slightly. They quickly shouted, "Run!" The sea flame beasts track their little ones by smell. Once they catch up, they will attack us. Mu Yu had no choice but to lead Boss Lu and the other demon beasts into the forest. However, the little one actually happily followed behind Mu Yu and the rest. It was very excited. What made them speechless was that this little one's running speed was not slower than Mu Yu and the rest. What followed was a very strange scene. The group was chased by a palm-sized little sea flame beast. Damn it! We can't even get rid of it. Let's just kill it. Dragon Turtle said and was about to attack. Stop, you can't kill it. If we kill the little one here, none of us will be able to survive. Boss Lu warned. Let me do it. Dragon Vine landed in front of the little sea flame beast and shouted fiercely, "Little bastard, if you chase me again, I will eat you." A domineering and majestic dragon power swept over the little sea flame beast. Even the fearless little sea flame beast was intimidated by Dragon Vine's majesty. Obviously, Dragon Vine's majesty still had an effect on the little sea flame beast. The little sea flame beast stood there in a daze, as if it was scared silly. Dragon Vine said proudly, "Okay, it's done. Let's go." But at this moment, the little sea flame beast suddenly let out a sharp cry, as if it was scared to tears. This cry was very sharp and spread far and wide in an instant. Roar! 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 As if they had poked a hornet's nest, countless sea flame beasts roared angrily in the sky. Then, countless sea flame beasts had already descended into the forest. "Big earthworm, are you crazy? Why are you scaring the little one?" Little Shui shouted. He did not try to communicate with the sea flame beast because in this situation, the sea flame beast would not listen to him. How would I know that it is so cowardly? It can't even recognize the dragon power. How can it be successful in the future? Dragon Vine argued. Chapter 606. Adult sea flame beasts were all at the 6th rank, with the strength of the spirit severing stage. At this moment, there were countless sea flame beasts in the sky. When these sea flame beasts heard the cries of their babies, they all roared angrily, wanting to tear apart the enemies who bullied their babies. Everyone was on alert. Now that they were surrounded by sea flame beasts, they had to fight with them. Where did Long Yelly and Wenmarrow go? If they were here, we wouldn't be afraid of these demonic beasts at all. Boss Lou was a little annoyed. He was also at the form synthesis stage, but Gui Yeming had seriously injured him, and he had not recovered yet. The tall palm trees had been smashed into pieces by the sea flame beasts in the sky. Thick leaves fell to the ground, and countless tentacles rolled toward them. All the demon clansmen transformed into their true forms. The dragon turtle's true form was very large. It looked like a dragon with a turtle shell on its back. However, it did not look too out of place. It did not have a dragon head, only 2 majestic dragon horns. The dragon carp brothers' bodies were like elongated carps. They had 2 golden dragon whiskers, floating in the air, and 4 claws on their abdomens. The hippopotamus was huge. He did not have the blood of a dragon, but no one dared to underestimate the power he exuded. The dragon carp brothers and the dragon turtle had a few layers of dragon power, but their dragon power was not enough to frighten these angry sea flame beasts. Several demon clan people had rushed up to fight with these sea flame beasts. In the same cultivation, the demon clan people's combat power was better, but the sea flame beasts had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, the sea flame beasts were one of the overlords of the sea. They were not much weaker than the demon clan people. Rustling sounds came from the forest, and then countless vines grew out of the ground and intertwined with the tentacles of the sea flame beasts. These vines were strong and powerful, and they were even more flexible under Mu Yu's control. They swept up all the sea flame beasts that were attacking from all directions and threw them at their companions. Qiao Shue's water spirit shuttled through the forest. Countless amounts of water covered the sea flame beasts, forming a water bubble that enveloped them. Then, the water bubble directly turned into ice, firmly freezing the sea flame beasts and causing them to fall down. In the blink of an eye, they had already killed a lot of sea flame beasts. However, more and more sea flame beasts were rushing over. They were gradually unable to hold on. If this continued, they would be drowned by these crazy sea flame beasts sooner or later. Little friend Mu Yu, put me down and escape with Master True Dragon. I don't want to be a burden to you. Boss Lu said anxiously. Mu Yu not only had to protect Boss Lu, but he also had to deal with the oncoming Hai Yang beast. It was indeed very stressful. Don't say such discouraging words, Mu Yu said in a deep voice. This is all the big earthworm's fault. It just had to bully a little brat. Now it's causing trouble. Little Handsome said. I didn't do it on purpose. Dragon Vine was still in the growth stage and only had the cultivation of out-of-body stage. In this battle, it could only show off its power and could not help at all. It's not Master True Dragon's fault. It's the nature of these demonic beasts. Boss Lu quickly defended Dragon Vine. Enough talk. Mu Yu, hurry up and use the wind-wind linking formation. Let's go out and fight with these sea flame beast. Dragon Vine said. No need. I have an idea. Mu Yu's hand flashed with green formation inscriptions. The formation inscriptions were surging. Then, the green formation inscriptions instantly merged with Mu Ling's vines and spread out. Mu Yu once again used a complicated inscription to cover everyone in the formation inscriptions. At this time, all the sea flame beasts suddenly stopped. They looked around suspiciously, looking for something. They did not attack blindly. The demonic beasts who were ready to fight back were stunned. However, Mu Yu used his powerful formation inscriptions to pull them back to his side. You all hide your auras. Hurry up. I've set up an illusory formation. They can't see us now, Mu Yu said softly. The demonic beasts were surprised when they were pulled back by Mu Yu. They were all in the spirit severing stage, but Mu Yu could pull them back so easily. Obviously, his strength surpassed everyone present. This illusory formation can fool the sea flame beasts. Boss Dragon Carp could not help but ask. Just don't attack randomly. Mu Yu did not want to explain too much. After all, he was the sect leader of the Formation Talisman sect. He was confident about this. However, this illusory formation was set up with him as the center. The foundation of the formation came from the chaotic yin and yang in his body. However, maintaining the illusory formation consumed a lot of spiritual energy. He had to take everyone away from here as soon as possible. At this moment, the forest was in a mess. The sea flame beasts suddenly lost Mu Yu and the others. Naturally, they were confused. They chased after Mu Yu and the others with all their might. Demonic beasts had a very keen sense of smell. Mu Yu could make everyone invisible, but it did not mean that he could hide everyone's aura. Without a special cultivation method, one could not hide their aura. However, Mu Yu used a powerful formation inscriptions to help hide everyone's aura. Therefore, the sea flame beasts were like headless flies that had lost their target. They were trying their best to search around. There's a river over there. Move there. Qiao Shui softly pointed in a direction. Now that the sea flame beasts were guarding the sea, Qiao Shui could merge with the sea and leave. However, the others could not merge with the water. Therefore, she could not go to the sea. There was also an underground river on this island. The sea flame beasts should not appear in the underground river. Mu Yu carefully led everyone over. The illusion array was usually used in a fixed place. However, Mu Yu had set the illusion array as a shifting array. This meant that every step he took, he would have to change the illusion array's compatibility with the outside world. Otherwise, the formation inscriptions would be broken and it would attract the attention of the sea flame beasts. Some sea flame beasts were still searching around, but some chose to give up and went to capture the restless cubs. Mu Yu led everyone through the forest and arrived at a small hill. There were also a few sea flame beasts resting on the hill. They did not make a sound and continued to go around the hill. A rapidly flowing river appeared in front of their eyes. Step on the water. Qiao Shui controlled the water and made it as if they were walking on flat ground. Everyone followed Qiao Shui's instructions and stepped on the water. The water flowed quickly, but it did not wet their clothes. Then, Qiao Shui controlled the water and made it sink slowly. Soon, everyone was submerged and a huge bubble covered everyone. Mu Yu heaved a sigh of relief and finally stopped the formation array. It was very tiring to constantly change the illusion array's area of effect. If it were not for his formation array, he would not have been able to walk so far without making a sound. However, before they could recover, the hippopotamus let out a soft cry. At the same time, everyone saw countless tentacles curling towards the bubble they were in. They did not expect that there would be sea flame beasts in this river. Everyone, be careful. The temperature is about to drop. Qiao Shui's expression was very serious. However, this was her battlefield. She could not allow the sea flame beasts to do anything. With a soft shout, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. The river water within a radius of 20 meters froze without any warning. The sea flame beast was also frozen into an ice cube. However, the bubble they were in did not stop because of this. Instead, it flowed downstream without any hindrance in the ice. However, Qiao Shui's act of freezing the river water had also alarmed the sea flame beasts in the air. They roared angrily, and countless tentacles smashed down on the frozen river. The huge force instantly shattered all the ice, but the water bubble had already brought everyone away from the frozen area. The sea flame beasts discovered their tracks and dived into the water to chase after them. These sea flame beasts were very fast in the water. Those tentacles and abdominal wings were born for swimming. However, when the sea flame beasts caught up, more bubbles appeared in the water and wrapped around the sea flame beasts. The bubbles were torn apart by the sea flame beasts in the blink of an eye, but it bought them some time. Mu Yu spread out his hands. The tree roots on the shore immediately spiraled over and formed a wall made of trees, blocking the sea flame beasts that were chasing behind them. These tree roots could not block the sea flame beasts, but after the tree roots were broken, they reached out and tied the sea flame beasts up. Qiao Shui led everyone in the water like fish in water. Their speed was extremely fast. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a deafening sound, as if something had crashed down. It's a waterfall. Hold on tight. Xiao Shui reminded everyone. The bubble brought everyone down in an instant. Because of the inertia, everyone almost crashed into each other. Fortunately, Mu Yu tied everyone's waist with tree roots in time to stabilize everyone. That was why they did not crash into each other in the bubble. Where does this waterfall flow to? Through the transparent water bubble, everyone could clearly see that they were quickly falling down the waterfall. Below the waterfall was not a pond, but a bottomless cave. It was like a big mouth, swallowing all the water from the waterfall into its mouth. Countless sea flame beasts were flying above the waterfall. Clearly, in order to ensure the safety of their cubs, the sea flame beasts had spread all over the island. They could not leave the waterfall, so they could only quickly fall into the cave. Soon, darkness invaded everyone. There was only a hole above their heads. Other than the light coming in from the hole, there was no other light around. Everyone was panicking. If something more powerful attacked them in the dark, it would be difficult for them to react in time. Xiao Shui controlled the bubble to stop halfway up the waterfall. No one knew how deep the waterfall was. Even if Xiao Shui knew the flow of the water, she could not completely know the situation below. The sea flame beasts did not chase into the cave. What should we do now? Xiao Shui asked. Mu Yu's hand flashed with a white formation pattern, illuminating everyone. He drilled out of the bubble and floated in mid-air. With the help of the formation pattern, everyone could see the situation around them clearly. They were surrounded by cliffs that were covered with damp moss. Moreover, it was filled with an unpleasant smell. Now that there were sea flame beasts at the entrance of the cave, they would not be able to leave before they found all their cubs. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.